Hello and welcome to today's games. It's Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble Day 2 of the January Finals. We are your casters. Hey, I'm Quack, and above me is Death Adder, aka Phil. How are you doing today, buddy?
Not too bad, I guess. It is a sleepy Sunday, and everyone is going to be slightly off tilt, I think, until we get towards noon-ish. Good news is we start with, the bad news is we start with the low bracket, I think. The good news is the upper bracket. Okay, so we'll start with the upper brackets. I am corrected. That's the good news. So they're not eliminated out of the tournament just yet. The bad news is right after that we go into the low bracket, and that's where you have zero chance of making any mistakes. And because Brawl Stars snowballs so quickly, it could be over before you have a chance to even gather your thoughts. So the teams are going to be hopefully the teams are going to be very aware of that, and that they're going to put up a good showing. But based off the games that we had yesterday, I think we're going to have some pretty good matches today.
Oh yeah, for sure, dude. I mean, you've got a point, the snowball effect definitely can come into play. And we saw like crazy performances yesterday. I remember it was Hive Resonance versus Suya. These guys some of them are familiar faces, some of them just, joined this tournament for the first time. And they had crazy games. There was that one match that I think it was Heist, and the way they were going for the base race, it came down to a difference of 1%, and you really cast your minds out of that one. So despite all that, we put on our sorting hats, we got everyone into the upper and lower brackets, and these are going to be the top 6 teams that we're watching today. First of all, of course, we have Suya, like we mentioned earlier, followed by Hive Resonance and JPod. And then we've got the familiar guys, Cloud Gaming, Icy Dopping, as well as Kaz. These guys were the previous tournament's top 3 teams, and we're just going to have to wait and see whoever comes out on top of who. And, we're starting off with the upper bracket finals. I believe we're going to take a look at the bracket pretty soon, but it has been, a pretty crazy ride so far, if I would say so myself. Let me just take a look at the brackets right there. In the round of 8, just the first 3 matchups that we already had, it was 2-1 all the way throughout until Suya defeated Dancing Teddy in a rather convincing fashion. Of course, moving on from that, we went up towards Kaz and Icy Dopping. This time, Icy Dopping they took Kaz down, put them into the lower brackets, but they're still in this game. They're not out of the tournament yet. You might see a repeat of what we saw last month. They'll, fight their way throughout the entire lower brackets and then meet each other again in the grand finals. But of course, aside from that, we also have Hive Resonance versus Suya. And, these guys are still in the game. We're going to have to wait and see how that plays out, because that's going to be happening in the lower brackets. Cloud Gaming versus Suya, and let's see, that's Kaz versus JPod. But of course, the very first match of the day, and that is going to be a best of 5, is going to be Hive Resonance versus Icy Dopping. It's going to be an interesting one to watch here.
It is going to be an interesting one to see, and I think the other one that's going to be fairly interesting or fairly intriguing is going to be JPod versus Kaz, right? Because they haven't had like a very smooth sailing tournament, JPod, but you remember they did pick up a game mode versus Hive Resonance, who are of course now in the upper bracket final. So today's matches, if you're wondering, it's going to be Resonance versus Dopping, Icy Dopping for the upper bracket final. Then we go down to the low bracket, which will be the low bracket round 2, and that's Cloud Gaming versus Suya, followed by JPod versus Kaz, and then so on and so forth based on who makes it through the rounds and who gets knocked down from the upper bracket finals.
That's right, indeed. And of course, the way this all plays out, the upper bracket finals is going to be best of 5, lower bracket round 2s will be a best of 3s, and then after that, it's going to be best of 5s all throughout the entire day up till the grand finals, and then we will decide who we're going to crown as this month's grand champions. Of course, it is for the month of January, and if you're just joining us for the first time ever, The way this works is that this is the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble brought to you by Supercell and ESL Asia. There is a monthly qualifier throughout the weekend each month, and you just join teams. If you have a team, that would be great. Otherwise, you can always look for teams on Discord. There is a Discord channel on the ESL Asia Facebook page somewhere, and you join it. You play in the qualifiers, see if you can qualify. If you do, you actually win some little bit of a monetary reward. First place would be $100. But of course, the biggest prize out of the qualifiers would be securing yourself a spot in the monthly finals where you'll be casted by us, yours truly. And of course, you are also going to be featured on the stream, and you get to watch yourself playing in a professional tournament. Let's see how that plays off. Of course, in the actual tournament, which is the monthly final, you get a chance to win the top prize, which is $700. And this takes place every month, all the way up till I believe it's going to be March or maybe even May now this time. But we'll have to wait and see. I mean, this is the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble. We have a lovely community here. And aside from that, there was a Brawl Talk sort of announcement feature episode on the Brawl Stars YouTube channel yesterday, and they announced or revealed this new brawler. It's really interesting. I think his name was like Colonel Ruffles or something. He's like a space dog, and he's got like double blasters or something, and basically kind of reminds me of Colt, but in space, and he's a dog. And he's got a very interesting super ability as well. I'm not entirely sure what it does yet, but maybe someone in the chat could fill us in. So without further ado, we're just waiting for the players to get ready, and we're going to jump into the game pretty soon. Any final words for us, Death Adder?
I mean, hopefully, like, everyone's kind of awake, right? We've always seen draws.
It's the first game of the day.
Yeah. What we've always seen is traditionally through the whole tournament, at least for this tournament. And I mean, I guess other tournaments as well for other games, the teams tend to be a bit sleepy towards the beginning. So we're going to start off straight away. And Icy Dopping responds on Pam, Multi on Colt, and Dog Squid on 8-bit. So all-out damage and all-out ranged attacks versus Hive Resonance, who are running Colt 8-bit. And No Ping is the only one who's the odd man out. But once he starts to rank up and has a teleport available, that could be the difference for them.
Oh, there it is, the teleport right there. He just goes in, takes Dot Squid out, and that is damage gone from Icy Dopping's roster. Right now, they have to be careful. They're coming in with a respawn. He knows that No Pink is still in that bush, so he's trying to flush him out. Doing a little bit of damage, but at the same time, it's all about the positioning. You can see that he's trying to stay alive, but this time Dot Squid is the one who emerges victorious, and at the same time, the damage booster and the healing turret is down, but of course, Jay is just going to use his super pops it to take it out immediately. You do not want to let an 8-bits damage booster stay and linger on the board, because if they do so, especially if you have a Colt on your team, that's just going to be very, very painful the moment they start releasing those volleys of bullets onto your base. So the way these guys are playing right now, it's all about positioning. They're trying to play it safe. They're trying to build up the supers, but of course, No Pick, as soon as he sees the damage booster up, he wants to go in and eliminate Dot Squid as soon as he can. Response at the same time as well, trying to suppress fire, trying to take out the damage booster, misses and dies in fact, but Mochi Bone will be there to support him. Dot Squid comes back just in time, so it's fairly even right now, but Icy Dopping is in the lead with a damage advantage. They're able to take out 26% of Hive Resonance's base. Still though, pretty early. They're just contesting each other right now, but I would say Hive Resonance, they're playing defense, and it's a little bit tough, especially on Heist. If you are unable to defend your base, if you end up playing defense for the entire game, you're unable to do any damage whatsoever on the Icy Dopping space, so they have to be really, really careful. But so far, so good, as No Pink takes Mochi Ball out. Now he's looking for response, and that allows him, Jay, to continuously do some more damage, but it's not enough. He falls. No Pink and Aaron are still alive, but look at the spell. I mean, 89% to 38. Hive Resonance is not looking too good right now. Meanwhile, Response and Mochi Ball, I mean, they don't even have to defend. They just need to go in ham, and it's just like that. Match over. Icy Dopping takes the first round.
Yeah, there wasn't really much that Hive Resonance could do in that situation. Icy just in a commanding lead, and early on just very confident putting down the damage booster as well as the healing modulator, and they couldn't really do much after that because they were locked in because of the water features and the obstacles that were up on the left side, right? They couldn't escape, and when they couldn't deal with that, I mean, for them at that moment, that no ping was more of a liability, right? His range is lower, his damage, yes, technically is higher, but he needs to have the kills to sustain his rank up. And what was happening is, yeah, he could go for a one-for-one trade, but at the end of the day, he was trading with like what, an 8-bit, but that just allows them to have Colt shooting at their safe. It allows the Pam shooting at that safe, and the repositioning whenever they had the damage boosters and the healing modulator up, it was just so much better play compared to what Hive Resonance are doing. So Icy, well done to them, but we're heading to the second round.
Of course, very adequately said. I forgot to mention this map is going to be safe zone on Heist, and you know, it's like what you're seeing right here. There are water features, there are obstacles on the board, and that's where you kind of have to be careful about it. So at the same time, they're going for the exact same strategy, right? We got Pam, we've got Colt, we also have 8-bit. So both teams in a complete mirror match right now. But this time, High Resonance actually a little bit more aggressive. They decided to push in. JM able to take a couple of pot shots onto Icy Dopping's base. So now it's 79% to 100. That's pretty good. At the same time, Aaron, he's kind of low right now, but just gonna go right in with the right flank. Able to sustain a lot of damage, though he does take out Response's healing turret. Now Nopink is still alive, but not able to play defense. Mochi Ball is just continuously doing damage. Fairly even at this moment in time. Nopink still with the super turret. He's just gonna put it up again once more. Both teams trying to contest out for the middle of the map right now. It's pretty tough. You can see that Mochi Ball is still trying to take out the final member, Aaron, on High Resonance's side. Response is not caring whatsoever. He's just going to go in regardless. Taking out the turret, trying to do damage to the base. They're both neck and neck right now, 79 to 78. This is really tough, Bill.
Yeah, but once again, you see Icy Dopping, they're just using really good use of the obstacles and both their healing modulator and damage booster. And at the moment, like Hive, once again, they're not putting up a very concerted push, and they're not really working together very well. Noping once again isolated on that right flank. They're able to pick up 2, so maybe in this last push they might be able to sneak this if they can get through and do a team wipe. But as you can see, they can't. They're going to respawn, and I think it's a foregone conclusion for this game mode of Heist that Icy are going to take it. 79 to 9%, and that's going to be it. It is gone. So 79 to 1. Well, they're going to hold down for dear life, and there we go. Finally, that 1% picks off, and Icy Doping will pick up Heist 2-0. Off to a good start, and Resonance just found it very hard to adapt. Noping, I think he's a great player, but in that instance, just wasn't linking up. So that first round was arguably probably because of the brawler choice, but that second round once again was just a mismanagement of the whole team not really working together and not really sticking together for a good cause. So they did wisen up. The Colt did go for the silver bullet to try and take out the obstacles faster, but at the end, just the game plan from Icy Dopping just way too consistent, and they were able to execute it to more or less perfection.
Yeah, wholeheartedly agree. I mean, you could see the way they were kind of playing with each other at some points in time. I mean, there was one part in the match where both the damage boosters and the healing turrets were up at the same time, at the same spot. So it's like just maximum coordination, maximum cooperation, and then they're just going together, working on High Resonance's base at the same time, and it was really tough for High Resonance to deal with that. At the same time, I have to highlight there was one moment where Response, he popped his gadget heal, the pulse modulator, at the perfect time, and that allowed him to stay alive despite being really low on health. But regardless of that, we're going on to our second game. That's going to be Snake Prairie on Bounty. Of course, Snake Prairie, we see it right here. Grass patches all across the entire map, and that is why you see a lot of this Nani, Bo, and Tara sort of brawler composition going on. We see this every month. It's so meta. These guys are so careful because you see you're hiding in the bush, and you gotta be careful. Mochi Ball is gonna eat a big Seeker Eye, but it's okay because Response is there to back him up. That's their first kill, and just like that, Icy Dopping already in the lead by 3-0. All they need to do now is just stay safe and hide in the bushes, and you know, they don't really have to risk exposing themselves. But regardless of that, Mochi does get caught out by Jay's super, and that allows the Bo player to take him out. So 5-2 now as Dot Squid suddenly takes Aaron out with his Seeker Eye. And that's all thanks to Bo's Totem Pole. You hide near that thing, your super charges up passively, and that's all you got to do for the rest of the game.
Dot Squid really like doing the damage. He's on point with the Seeker Eyes. And so far, I think he's racked up 3 kills already. Hive Resonance only 1 kill with the Seeker Eye, I think. So he's going to have to step it up if he wants to keep his team in the game. But also the other thing to take note is once Jay gets his ult, he might go in for the jump. So here comes the pull. We'll take out Response. So that brings us to 7-5. 13 seconds on the clock. So they're going to go for the jump very soon. Jay almost has his super out. Multiboy taking a lot of damage. But Jay needs to get his super in. So he's able to take out Multiboy. 7-7, 10-7. And in that flurry of action, Response saved his ult right for the very end, and at the end of the day able to take the double pull, bringing them to, I think it was 16-7, so full team wipe right at the very end. And they didn't really have a chance, to be honest. Like Resonance just they had to go for the chase, and I think Icy Dopping knew that, and it worked out in their favor. But I feel like the Nani Seeker Eye damage, maybe either there was a change where the other brawlers have an increase in health, or maybe the Seeker Eye has had enough on the damage it has. But it seems like in some cases it's not a one-hit kill.
Yeah, it's not always a one-hit kill. I'm not exactly sure the numbers on that, but the way it works is, I mean, first of all, you gotta land a direct hit. Second of all, it kind of speeds up as it goes along, right? So it gets a little bit more difficult to control or steer. But look at this, Mochi Ball super aggressive, just goes right in, takes the totem pole out, and it doesn't even matter. He's trying to dodge no pink out this time. Still an even 3-on-3. It looks like Aaron is back from being AFK, but now, waiting for the super once more is going to be Dot Squid, and there it goes, Seeker Eye. Let's see where it goes. He's looking for, I think he spotted out Jay, but it doesn't even matter. He still manages to connect onto no pink, and that is very, very painful. At the same time, just look at this Response. He was so disgusting in the previous round. I mean, even if he's not in Team Force, even if he's not sporting the PSG tag, this guy knows exactly when and how to position himself and use the Psychic Enhancer and his super at the same time. He is just so good. Look at that, dodging the Seeker Eye.
Whoa,
doesn't even connect.
Dude,
what happened there? Oh my gosh.
Oh, it's an amazing juke from Icy Dopping, just knowing exactly how much they can kind of move towards. Response comes in as Jay comes in and tries to do the 2-0 sweep onto Mochi and Response, but unfortunately for him, Response had his ult up and used it as a counter. So hard counter right there. Great work from him. And now they pick up another kill. So 5-3 on the scoreboard. Residents are going to have to go for the jump. But here comes the Seeker Eye on that right flank. He's going to turn around and miss everybody. And Dot Squid just narrowly staying alive there, because we could have been in a sticky situation if he didn't dodge that Seeker Eye. Well, fortunately for them, they did. And Icy Dopping will take Bounty 2-0.
You know, they might be Hive Resonance, but Icy Dopping, they are the busy bees here because they're just going in. I mean, even at the start of the game, No Pink already went for the totem pole. And at the same time, I mean, Icy, they're just so strong. Response, he knows exactly how to respond to an opponent Tara, and at the same time, I mean, these guys, I gotta say, it's Sunday morning. Maybe they're not fully awake yet. I don't know what's going on with Aaron, but he's missing every single one of his Seeker Eyes. Every time he builds his super up, he uses it. He goes in, but he just somehow can't really steer it. I mean, I know it's a difficult thing, but he's missing every single shot. It doesn't hit a single member on Icy Dopping's side. And the only thing that it hit at the very last moment was a totem pole. So that is not what you want to see here. But regardless of that, Icy Dopping are going to be the team that picks up Bounty on Snake Prairie. We're going to move on into our next game mode. And of course, it's the one that I am not so good at. It's Siege on Junk Park. Of course, let's see how these teams will control the map and collect the bolts. Because once you lose control in this game mode, at some point, it's game over. It's very hard to come back from a loss. And you kind of just throw your phone aside and like, all right, this is demoralizing. I give up. I quit.
Yeah, we've got plenty of folks on the stream so far. So shout out to TZ, Jaden, Bakuman, Legends in chat as well, Mantis. We've got T-Bone, Sean, Martin, Harry, which is, I think, Mr. Smiley Face as well. And Legend also. JT's there as well. So welcome, guys, to the stream. Hope you're having a great morning so far as we inch slowly but surely towards noon. If you just joined us, it is the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble January Cup final, and at the moment we're in the upper bracket. The final between Hive Residents, Icy Dopping in the lead 2-0 on the game mode count.
Now, of course, on this map, Junk Park, we have seen the strategy of using a Lu to stop an opponent's siege bot a lot. And I believe that's what Response is trying to play and pull off this time. But unfortunately for him, he gets taken out by Aaron. He wants revenge for losing on Bounty back there. So this time, though, Mochi Ball with the Sprout Wall that comes in just in time, able to lock out the middle of the map. But despite all of that, Hive Residence has already collected all 3 siege bots, bolts. So that's a level 3 siege bot coming in. Let's see if Icy Dopping will be able to defend against this. So far, so good. It's been locked and stunned in place. That's a lot of damage onto that siege bot already. And it looks like it's not going to get even a little tickle on Icy Dopping's base. Very well done. So again, though, despite being able to defend, it's all about collecting these bolts. And so far, so good. Look at that dodge from Dr. He teleported, narrowly evading the shot. Still able to take one out. Let's see if he's going for no pink this time. He wants to connect it. He does. He gets it. Still has his super in his pocket. Can upgrade at any point in time. Aaron does take Mochi Ball out, but so far, so good. Icy Dopping looking to be in a rather commanding lead on the second phase on Siege.
Dark Squid is almost fully ranked up now, and all he has to do is get a couple more kills. So he's gonna save his ult. Mochi Boy does have that wall up. He'll pop the wall on that top left-hand corner. And right now, at the moment, they're just cruise control, right? Yeah, they're stuck in the base. Response also has his ult. He's gonna pop it on that right flank, so they're gonna be slowed on that right. And it's tough days. They can't do anything. They have mid control. They had the bold lead, but like they couldn't get out. Aaron finally, after he got his ult, was able to go for the teleport. And now I think they're gonna try and go for perhaps the base race, but I don't think they're gonna have enough damage. Aaron now picks up another kill, and most fall, I think potentially could go down. No, he has a defensive wall, and
Dude, the thumbs
I don't know. I think like you said, like this is rough, right? Like they can't really do anything else. It's more of a foregone conclusion for this first round, but they're definitely going to want to try their best in the second. And mirror matchup, but I see once again just better positioning, better read of the game, and trusting in the process, right? Slowly going into position, slowly putting in their walls, and they're also their slows. Also dealing with that first siege bot, and making sure that they that it was completely frozen, that the obstacles didn't go down. Because if the obstacles went down, we might be in a very different scenario. And also, if their what do you call it? If their turret had taken damage, I think the way they would have played later on in the round would have been very different.
That's exactly right. And you said it, they had a better read of the game. I mean, there were several moments where Icy Dopping just outclassed and outplayed Hive Resonance. There was nothing that they could do to answer back. I mean, what do you do when a Surge just teleports right behind you? And he's like, no, it's not personal, kid, and just eviscerates you. But regardless of that, this is Icy Dopping. I mean, right now, Hive Resonance are on the ropes. This is do or die for them, because if they lose this, it's done for them. They're no longer going to be in the upper brackets, sent to the lower brackets, where they will have to fight for their lives. But this time, once again, they are the ones with the first lead. I mean, look at that. It's already all four siege, all four bolts being collected. It's scooped up. Level 3 SiegeBot comes in. Let's see if Response will be able to play off the same defense. Doesn't look like he's able to do so. No super in hand. And this is going to be pretty tough. At the same time, though, they're doing their best. The SiegeBot is down to half health. Aaron sees an opportunity, though, comes in, does take a couple of shots onto the base. It has gone down to 62%. Meanwhile, No Pink is just ever so aggressive, deciding to switch onto Jack this time. Playing around the obstacles will be how he wants to maneuver around the map. But of course, Response is there to make it a little bit tougher for him because of this ever-strong blue super. It just locks out complete areas of the map. And if you couple that with the sprout wall that we've seen from Mochi Ball earlier on, man, that is just tough. But anyway, Hive Resonance, they come in with the second phase. It's a level 6 SiegeBot. Of course, though, Response does have its super up this time. They're going to lock in place. Look at that. It's already down to half health. They're doing their best to come in with a defensive play right now, but even if they are able to stop the SiegeBot from going through, they need to collect the bolts for their very last phase. This is going to be a very tough game if they don't make it work right now.
Yeah, and you can see right there, Hive Resonance definitely adapting to the fact that Icy Dopping, they don't have the damage, right? They have the Lu, they have the Sprout, but if it comes to push comes to shove, Resonance arguably are able to go in for the jump and do have the advantage, as long as Smoking doesn't die. And that's what we saw early on. So now, last siege, level 8 siege bot from Hive Resonance, Icy Dopping once again. Now they are on the defensive. Great sprout wall from Multiball, putting it down on middle, but they know they've lost it, right? There is no more siege bots. They don't have the damage, and yeah, right now it doesn't really matter because it's too much damage on their turret from the first and second siege. So tied up right now. Icy Dopping, Hive Resonance 1-1. Resonance not out of the game just yet. Remember, it is best of 5, so anything is really possible, and all options are still on the table.
It is a best of 5. All options are still on the table, but of course, Hive Resonance needs to take this very game mode away if they want to continue playing in this best of 5. But for now, it's a 1-1, and this is exactly what I'm talking about Siege. You know it's game over at a certain point. There's nothing that you can do. So, they tried their best, but once Hive Resonance comes in with this aggressive lead right at the start of the game, that is exactly what they need. Once their backs were up against the wall, they just come out swinging. They don't even care. Play a Jack, play a Mortis, whatever you want to. Just go in and stop Icy Dopping from taking a lead. And once they do that, they were able to come in with all 3 phases of siege bots, and there was nothing that Icy Dopping could do to respond. So really, that was what they needed. Let's see if they can do it again in this very third round. But of course, Icy Dopping, I feel like these guys have tricks up their sleeves, and they definitely do. Dot Squid bringing out the Nita this time to answer back, but Aaron and Jay, as well as Nopik, still sticking with the same composition. Aaron does take Response out, even though he did activate a shield. Didn't come in time. At the same time, Jay and the rest of the team are trying to stop Mochi Ball and Dot Squid from picking up these balls. But the Nita, dude, I mean, she's just such a commanding presence on the field. Summoning the bear at the same time, ooh, but that's kind of a waste as it just goes right into the enemy's domain. The turret takes it out. They still are trying to do their best to stop the Siege Bot from going through, however. Response has his super. Here it comes, locking it in place. And all of that, all I need to do right now is just to stop it from going through. Despite that, it's still going to push over, and that's going to be quite a bit of damage onto their base.
Good news for them, though, is they are starting to make their way back into the middle, and they need to secure the bolts, though. At the moment, Hive Resonance 3 bolts to 3 bolts, and if they tie this is not going to be good news for them. They need to get this. They need to get the bolts and to get this siege. So 4 bolts to 4, and it's a tie. So Icy Dopping holding it in and just staying alive. But Resonance, I don't know. Like, it just feels like Dopping is off their rocker and not adapting. But Mochi Ball stepping it out, able to get 3 bolts. And that's going to be 4 bolts now, 10 bolts to 6. And what a sprout wall from Mochi Ball, denying the bolt. So that's 11 to 7, 12 to 7. And I think in 20 seconds, we might see maybe even a level 15 siege spot. I don't think Resonance has it in them at the moment to contest these bolts because they're just getting blocked off. And Mochi Ball he's insane with these sprout walls. They're landing where they need to.
Yeah.
And he's focusing on not so much choking them out, but he's focusing on using them to deny bolts. So here comes the siege spot. Level 16, third siege. Good wall from Jay. That's going to sustain for a bit, but they miss. Remember, they don't have a loot, so they can't stun and they can't slow. 31% left on that siege spot. 69, 64, and there we go. Well played from Icy Dopping to, at the end to pick up those bolts and secure the win. So I think MVP for me in that round is Mochi Ball, just able to if he didn't step up, I don't think they would have been back into that game. So Icy Dopping taking Siege as well, and score on that is 2-1 to Icy Dopping. So congratulations to Icy Dopping. They head into the grand finals. They are your first grand finalists for today. And coming up next, we're going to have the lower bracket round 2, which is going to be Cloud Gaming versus Suya. And then after that, JPod versus Kaz. So we're going to go to a short break, grab some snacks and a drink. That's what I'm going to do as well. And we'll be back with more Brawl Stars action.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble Day 2, the January finals. I hope that you've gotten your cups, your cups of coffee or your milk or maybe some snacks or something. I mean, what do you got there, Phil?
I have a lavender yuzu hojicha kombucha.
Dude, what?
And a couple of egg tarts from Taichung Bakery. So, breakfast of champions.
Where's mine? What? That sounds amazing. Wait, lavender, yuzu, hojicha, kombucha.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know if you can see that. I don't know.
Yeah, you can see that right there, clear as day. That's so elaborate, but at the same time, it sounds so. How many of you guys in the chat just how jealous do you feel of Phil right now?
Oh man, you gotta be prepared, man. Like all of this was ordered in advance yesterday, so foresight. You gotta use your brain. You gotta use foresight. You gotta be wise about what's gonna happen. And after the terrible night of no sleep and mala situation, I think everyone's been there with the whole spiciness. This is a very welcome respite. So, if you just joined us, it is the Brawl Stars Singapore. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Go into it if you want.
It is the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble. But yeah, for those who don't know, I mean, since you brought it up, I'm just going to spill the beans. Phil went across the street to get some mala last night, across from his home. And unfortunately, it was, I guess it has something in it. He didn't feel too good, so kind of stayed up all night, just taking trips between the toilets. So he's having a bit of a rough day. So if you guys could show your support, show some love to Phil right now, that would be really, really great. Of course, he does have his egg tarts and freaking lavender yuzu kombucha to comfort him. But it is what it is, man. You gotta, modern problems require modern solutions. So you gotta eat well to feel well. You do what you gotta do, and of course the team's gotta play well to win well at the same time. Yeah, do what you gotta do to survive. That's right. But we just saw.
So far, I mean, really good match. Yeah, Icy Dopping 3-0. Rezo. I thought for a second they would have been able to come through, but Icy Dopping when the odds were against them, when their backs were against the wall, able to formulate and able to step up, especially multi-ball, with those walls to deny the bolts and seal the deal. So when it counted, easy, not super. I wouldn't say it's not super easy pass for them through that upper bracket, but they made it hard for themselves when they could have ended it a lot earlier. So a bit more extra energy wasted. But we're gonna go into the game now, and it is Cloud Gaming versus Suya. If you just joined us, Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble January finals, and who do we have? We have the Bear Guy, Cryptic, Drunken, and Amortis from Breadcrumbs. Almost able to take out Drunken and Cryptic, but luckily for them, they were able to stick together and not die and put enough DPS to drop him. And now they're at 6-1 on the star count.
6-1, make that 6-4. I mean, Breadcrumbs, he's super aggressive. He's super, he wants to go in for the kills, and that's exactly why he's on Mortis right now. I mean, just look at how stylish he is with that sword comb. At the same time, Amo coming in with support from the right side. The Bear Guy's doing his best, though, staying alive very well indeed. Get Drunken right now really low, so he's going to be relegated all the way to the back to heal up just by a bit. Of course, that allows Breadcrumbs and the rest of the gang to kind of rush in, but Cryptic's got their back, and so has the Bear Guy. They've gotten to be taken down. Now the score is 11-4, and this is just tough days for Suya. I mean, you can go aggressively all you want, and we've seen how these guys were playing yesterday, how strong, how aggressive they are. But no matter what, if you don't have the teamwork, if you're going in solo, one Mortis cannot beat up, two Cryptics or to the bear guys. It's just not going to work that way. And that's why you can see right now, they know this. They know that Breadcrumbs wants to push in, so they're going to be bunched up all together. So if he tries to come in, all three of them will focus fire on that one Soul Mortis. He's as good as dead. Of course, the sustain comes in, though. He gets so close to taking Cryptic out, but the bear guy has got his back once more. 17-4, make that 19-4 as Cryptic puts the final nail in the coffin onto CY, and that is it for the first game mode. Well, not first game, but first round, but of course, you know, that is just how the game goes. Very well played by Cloud Gaming.
Yeah, problem for them is, problem for Suya was they went for the closer range brawlers, and they just weren't able to close the distance. Cloud Gaming, with that full kind of long range, all marksmen, all ranged brawlers, were able to hold them off. And because they couldn't close the distance, they couldn't get any hits in, they couldn't get their supers up. And also smartly, if you saw Cloud Gaming, they were just constantly taking out the obstacles in the middle, which meant they could just go on the defensive once they were in the lead and then just snipe whoever was trying to come through. Because, you know, Mortis, even with his dash, it's not super far, right? Amo was basically totally isolated in that match because with the Nita, it is a range. It is range, but it's like really short range. Like you don't have like the same kind of distance that you can shoot at as a Piper or as a Colt, and you saw that very clearly in that matchup. So yeah, I think we're going to see a rebalancing of brawlers, and it's going to be interesting to see what they pull out and how they deal with the obstacles.
Let's take a look. Yep, they have swapped on over onto more of the sharpshooting brawlers. In fact, it's going to be B as well as Colt. So now, Cloud Gaming might be in a tough spot here, and we already do have the first elimination. That's going to be Kid Drunken. Two remaining players are really low, and now the bear guy falls, and this has suddenly put Cloud Gaming in a very, very bad spot. Rattled Hive has been activated as well, narrowly dodges all of them, but ooh, look at that connection on the Cryptic, ouch! What a powerful, powerful gadget, and that just allows me to do so much. And looking at how Cloud Gaming are playing right now, they have no choice but to stay at the very, very last line of defense on their side of the map. Meanwhile, Suya is relentless. They're just continuously doing damage, continuously connecting shots, trying to do whatever they can. Kid Drunken's going to blow that obstacle wide open, trying to find a shot, trying to deny C9 any sort of defensive capability on that cover whatsoever. But, you know, it doesn't even matter. Look at Amo and Breadcrumbs. Ouch!
Yeah, like compared to the previous round, right, they've actually stepped it up quite a bit. So 19-0, 19-7 finally as the bear guy gets the kill. But 22 stars to 7, being locked in your spawn and getting suppressed. CY with the Sprout wall, so they can't go through the left side. They don't have any teleports apart from Kid Drunken if he gets his Parasol. But Amo on B hitting all his shots. And then you have what is it? You have Breadcrumbs as well, helping with that range damage. So it's going to be a tough fight for Cloud Gaming to get back into this round, but nothing is impossible. Kid Drunken goes in for the parasol jump. Might get the snipe? No. CY, he is able to spot him as he comes down and will pre-fire and get that kill. And that's going to be 32-22. Suya come back into the game, bring it to 1-1 on a bounty. So it just goes to show, once you start to read the opponent, once you start to adapt, you know, the game can completely change. And that's what we saw. Just absolutely obliterated was Cloud Gaming just there. I mean, towards the end, yes, they got the frags, but you could see so quickly Suya closed the distance, locked them in their spawn. And what we've seen is Suya throughout the whole tournament, they're always off to a very slow start early on, and they take the read of the opponent and how they usually play, and then are able to adapt in that second round or in that third round. So I'm not too worried whenever I see Suya go down, because it's just, to me, it's just a signal of them kind of being slow starters and needing that extra time to analyze what their opponents are doing and then adapting accordingly. The lucky thing for them is there's no Team Force, right? If Team Force was in the tournament, like, you can't there's no adapting to Team Force because they just like they put out the mind fakes, they put out the fake losses, the baits, constantly changing their brawler lineup every single round. So whether Suya can beat Cloud Gaming, I think they have a pretty good shot. Now it's up to Cloud Gaming to step up and see whether they want to change up their brawlers so that Suya kind of doesn't have that advantage from the adaptation because you know, if you're adapting and you're being reactive, then you're kind of on the back foot as well because if your opponent changes up another strategy, you don't have an extra round to adjust, right? It's best of 3 rounds per game mode. So, yeah, it could swing either way at the end of the day.
Most certainly could. You are absolutely right, though. I mean, Suya, they're just masters at adaptation every single time. You know, maybe it's a rough start. Maybe they're just, you know, dipping their toe in the pool, so to speak. But once they get a feel for it, they start to adapt. They start to warm themselves up into the game, and that is exactly what they're good at. But you know, we might not have Team Force in this tournament. We do have 1/3 of the entire Team Force roster, and that is Response and Icy Dopping. That would be an incredible matchup if Suya went up against Icy Dopping. I don't know if that's going to happen, though, because they still need to beat Cloud Gaming right here, right now, and the score is 1-1. Ladies and gents, if you've just joined us, this is the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble. We are in the lower brackets round 2 right now, and it is double elimination. Whichever team loses right here is out of the tournament. So it's really, really tough. And of course, let's see if Cloud Gaming are going to be able to pull their socks up. So far, it looks like they kind of managed to do so. Gets the first elimination, but CY answers back with the shot. Nice seed bomb onto Cryptic. And that is just unfortunate. He does manage to stay alive with the wall that has gone down, though. And look at CY. He's going in. He wants to get it. He knows that Drunken is really low. And once more, we're seeing a repeat of what we saw in the previous round. Cloud Gaming, they're really low, and they have no choice but to go all the way back. And they have nowhere else to hide. And this is where Suya, look at them. It's almost like a game of dodgeball. Every single time, they're just throwing, trying to connect shots. And even at the same time, there just isn't anything that Cloud Gaming can do. They're hiding here, but they can't really dodge all of these shots every single time that they come through. Rattled has to try to push them back, but to no avail. And now Cryptic falls once more. Oh no! The score is 12-5 as Kid Drunken answers back, but that is still a difference of 7 stars still.
Yeah, and the problem is like they don't have, like if you go all the way back, they don't have any grass, right? So they can't multiply, they can't get the accelerated heal that Suya have, and all Suya is doing is just piling on the pressure, like you said and pointed out. CY is on that left flank. All he's doing is just bombarding the bear guy, making sure he doesn't go through, and then using his Sprout Wall to seal off that exit point. So Suya, once again, just, you know, the game plan is just simple, right? It's push your opponent all the way back, pick out the obstacles, and then force them to be stuck in their spawn, almost going down towards the end, and a bit worrisome. But Suya, once again, brings the goods, steps it up, and they'll take bounty 2-1. So Cloud Gaming not going to be happy with that at all, because they thought that they're off to one heck of a lead, and when they were stomping Suya, but Suya, you know, goes to show that they are in it to win it. And it is the lower bracket, remember. If you lose your match here, that's it. See ya, adios, goodbye, zaijian. You are out of the tournament for January. So Cloud Gaming on Gem Grab, they're going to have to step it up. Luckily for all these teams, there is no minecart madness for this. Sadly, there's no minecart madness for... Let me just double check. Yeah, there's no minecart madness for the January Cup. And so, you know, they're going to have an easier time with some of these other Gem Grab maps. But Gem Grab, where are we going to go? We're going to go to Ice Fort. So definitely we're going to see Pam. I think whichever team doesn't have a Pam is going to be at a huge disadvantage, because the heating modulator just helps so much with sustain on this map. Because if you forget the layout of the map, remember it is kind of very similar to the other one, but it's in the middle. There's a square. You have picket fences or obstacles, if I'm not wrong, and then you then have four choke points that you have available to gain entry into the gem area.
Well, it looks like neither team are bringing a single Pam. In fact, it's just the Colt who Bitcrumbs is still relying on, taking out all of these picket fences using the silver bullet. 3 gems are sitting in the center of the map right now, but the teams are just trying to contest, doing their best to stay alive at the same time. I think Cloud Gaming are just not doing so well. Look at Emo, just an instant gadget pop takes out a member out of Cloud Gaming's roster. Now Cryptic's the only one alive, the 2 remaining guys respawn, but that's Suya once again in the lead. Breadcrumbs relentlessly, still kind of at a fault though, because he just got taken out by 2 members of Cloud Gaming, and that is the teamwork that they have. And Suya, kind of not so coordinated, but they're really individually strong. 6 gems to 2. And now Kid Drunken trying to do his best to duel it out against Amo. Does connect the super, but oh man, that's not enough. Rattled Hive to force them back. The bear guy comes into trade. So it's 3 and 7 right now. Not too shabby, but at the same time, they really need to take CY down. He does have his shield. He's very comfortable. That's a nice shot by Kid Drunken. All 7 gems are sitting in the center of the map right now, but Amo is the one to collect it up. Bitcrumbs does take Cryptic out at the same time, so now Cloud Gaming, I would say they're in a pretty rough position. Kid Drunken's looking for the frag, but misses, and CY takes him out. The bear guy, he's going in. He wants to get it. He needs to get it. 5 seconds left on the clock, but he doesn't have the health to support him. Kid Drunken's the only one there to kind of do something, but to no avail, and that is a 10-0 defeat for Cloud Gaming on this very first round on Gem Grab. That does not look good.
Yeah, and a big part of that was Breadcrumbs was on that left side flank, making sure that nobody could backstab from that angle. And they took out enough obstacles so that his ranged attack actually covered the whole middle area. So they even if they tried to push in, he's constantly barraging them with shots from the left and also from their back. And CY, all he has to do is keep popping the sprout walls, right, to delay him a bit. And at the end of the day, like, Cloud really couldn't do much in that situation. They had nobody that could really have a speed boost or jump in or teleport, and so it just made that follow up really hard. And they also did, like I said, they didn't keep track of Breadcrumbs, so it would have been really difficult anyways, because Breadcrumbs would have just gotten his super up and just constantly like suppressive fire on them with a hail of bullets, and I don't see a way that they could have clawed their way out of that. Even if they did get the kill on the chase, they would have been in a inferior position once the respawn came in.
Well, despite being in a somewhat inferior position, looks like Cloud Gaming wants to take the fight to Suya. They've gone in with an exact same brawler composition. It's going to be a full-on mirror match, but it does look like Cloud Gaming has lost out in this first engagement. Breadcrumbs is still just so mechanically sound. I mean, look at how he's connecting every shot that he makes. Cryptic is chasing after him, but at the same time, Amo is quite the contender. He does eat a very painful shot from Kid Drunken though, and now he's going to be pushing up. They have seized space in the center of the map. The picket fences are down, but the sprout walls are up, and that is 4 or 5 gems sitting at the backside. Kid Drunken wants to go for it, but unfortunately it's just a little bit too dangerous to go for that right now. The bear guy's there to support him as well, so all 3 members of Cloud Gaming, they have control of the center of the map. They're trying to win, but they need to stay alive, because if they fall right here, that's going to be it. Look at the bear guy. I mean, he takes up so much damage. Cryptic falls as well, and that's just the strength of Amo. Time and time after again, connecting his B shots, using the Rattled Hive to their maximum potential. The bear guy right now just trying to do what he can with the seed bombs. The sprout wall is up there in time, but oh, Cryptic falls again. Amo is down really low, eats a nice seed bomb from him, but that's still a score of 5-8, as CY is the one banking every single gem on the scoreboard.
Well, they're 1 gem away from starting that countdown on Suya and knocking Cloud Gaming out of the tournament. But Cloud Gaming are holding on for dear life. They do have control of the central mine area. and very shortly, I think they'll be at 9-9. But bang, CY goes down. Cryptic picks up a second,
Nice.
and so here comes the comeback. The chase is gonna come through.
Oh.
Drunken drops his gems, so the countdown will stop, and that means I think it's gonna be 9-10. It is indeed 9-10. But Suya now with the mind control, it's gonna be 10-10, and the countdown will stop because it is tied up. Unfortunately, the one crazy thing is the bear guy has all 10 gems, so he has to be careful. The dive comes in, Crit Drunken picks up CY, but they pick up the other 2 on the middle. And that is the countdown, so they lose all their gems once again, and they need to go for the jump onto CY. If they don't get the CY right now, it's going to be all over. And man, Drunken and Cryptic really stepping it up and able to get those kills to pick up those gems and start the timer down and put on a lot of pressure. So Cloud Gaming not out of it just yet. They'll pick up 1 round, so it's 1 round apiece, and we go to a tiebreak round here on Gem Grab. Remember, if Cloud Gaming pick up this next round, they're gonna go and force it to a tiebreak onto Siege, which will be that tiebreak game mode. If Suya though, or Suya, sorry, not Suya. I guess I still am very hungry. Not soya bean, but Suya. If Suya pick up the next round, then they knock Cloud Gaming out of the tournament and move on to the lower bracket round 3.
That is exactly right, and that is what Cloud Gaming needs to do to stay alive in this tournament. They have managed to do so pretty well so far. I mean, that was a very narrow win, but towards the end, they just managed to pull their socks up and stay alive in this game. Of course, now it's still the same brawler competition, so it's all up to mechanics and skill as well as teamwork. But looks like the bear guy is losing out in his duel against CY for now. I mean, look at the way that he's lobbing the seed bombs. He's kind of frantically doing it, right? He's holding on to his he's waiting for the ammunition to reload, recharge, but once he gets it, he kind of spams it at some times, misses 2, maybe 3 shots. Meanwhile, CY is just trying to aim and accurately doing so, in fact. Cryptic going for the duel against Bedcrumbs now, but that might be they're kind of distracted because the one that they need to eliminate is CY. I mean, look at him. He's got 6 gems, and Amo's still proving to be a thorn in Kid Drunken's side. All 3 members of each team are kind of just dueling out against each other, but look at Cloud Gaming. The bear guy as well as Cryptic, they're kind of going for this teamwork synergy style of play that 2 of them are going for 1 member, and that 1 member is CY. Of course, though, they have to be careful because Bedcrumbs is there to take them out if need be. So this is one heck of a match. Very close, very dangerous. Oh, ouch. CY takes the bear guy out with support from Amo. And that is just the strength of B once more. The super slows people down. He knows where Kid Drunken is hiding. Just goes in, takes 1 shot. Kid Drunken is gone. The bear guy, though, is still trying to do what he can, but look at the score. I mean, it's 4-10. CY is still very comfortable in the back of the map.
Here comes Chase. Cryptic has a super, pops it in, and he takes out CY just in time. But that is okay, because Breadcrumbs will pick up the follow-up kill. Amo going down to Cryptic right before Cryptic is taken out. But then the countdown will start off once again. 10-1 gems on the scoreboard in favor of Suya. They need to get this kill, though, or pick up all those gems. And just unfortunately for them, Breadcrumbs is able to stay alive, and they'll take that round. So Suya will knock Cloud Gaming out of the tournament. Commiserations to Cloud Gaming. They put up a valiant fight, but just weren't able to carry it forward in that last phase. Suya, though, congratulations. They move to the lower bracket round 3. Next matchup we're going to have is JPod versus Team Kaz. That's going to be the lower bracket round 3 as well. And that is going to be exciting because you had a very interesting underdog in the form of Team JPod. So we'll be back after a short intermission. Stand up, get some blood to your legs, and grab some more water, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
And welcome back from your short little stretch break. It's going to be the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble Day 2 once more. And up next, we're going to have Team Kaz versus JPod. And that's going to be in the lower bracket round 2. So it's still a best of 3. They're going to be playing the very first game, which is Bounty on Canal Grande. And wow, I mean, Suya has proven to be a really, really strong contender in this month's tournament, Phil.
Yeah, and we said, like, at the beginning when we started this tournament for the Jan finals, like, not a lot was known about them. But then we also made the observation that, you know, because of that, there isn't really a lot of pressure and they don't really have that many expectations on them. So it gives them a lot more freedom to kind of play the style of game that they want to play without really worrying about too much.
Yeah, but regardless, we're going to go right into the game, and this is Kaz with an early lead with a score of 5 stars to 2. This is pretty interesting. We have a mirror matchup on Chewy and Orca right here. And look at them, they're dancing back and forth with each other, trying to connect the seed bombs. Orca does manage to heal himself up thanks to the shield, but with support from Sirius, he is going to fall from the left flank, and that is what you need to watch out for. Kaz has teamwork. They have coordination, they have map positioning, and they're going to trade things out right now as Orca takes Namiruro, but Sirius is still very, very accurate and very, very deadly. Look at how he's connecting his shots, hiding behind that one little present box, but still able to do so much. Looking for it, he's going to use his super to blow things up, and all of a sudden, he has a clear sightline onto Mr. Smiley Face. Still, the score is 12-9 as Orca does take Chewy out for the first time. And now they're coming back into the game. Mr. Smiley using his super to take out so many walls. Let's see if Namiruro and Sears are able to pull out some tag team damage.
But yeah, like, we see them doing the kind of strat that we saw in the previous matchup on that left flank, just making sure that they take out the obstacles, and then they stack the 2 marksmen that they do have, right? 2 marksmen / snipers that they do have. Rex with the kill on Namiruro, so last minute, right at the death, pick up 2 kills, and now the chase is on. But unfortunately for them, Kaz let that slip through their fingers, so JPod bringing out, come with the man, come with the hour, come with the player, bringing out the goods right at the very end to sneak around win through Team Kaz here on Bounty. Remember, this is the best of 3, so there's not a lot of room for error, and if JPod can keep this up, they actually might be able to sneak a win past Team Kaz.
Yeah, dude, I mean, there's no room for error, so what the heck was that, Kaz? These guys were the grand champions of the December finals, but somehow wrecked. You know, it was like one of those old Western movies, Clint Eastwood, and he's like, "You're feeling lucky, punk," and he just draw, and all of a sudden, Wrecked managed to connect one really, really nice shot all the way up from his side of the map, and managed to take Sirius down, and that was all they needed to flip the tables around and bring the score back up against Kaz. So that was one heck of a mistake. Should not have happened, but they managed to take that one home. Still, it is best of 3, and we have a round 2 on this map right now, so that's coming up next. We're gonna have to see whether Kaz can start to tighten themselves up and make sure they don't make mistakes like that again. But wow, that was one heck of a steal from Wrecked. That's MVP for sure.
Let's see how it turns out in the second round already. They're going to chase their darndest. And do we see any brawler change up? Yes, I think Smiley Face has gone in and has decided to go with Pulse. I don't know if he was using that in the previous round, but that's going to allow him to put in a lot more pressure. Remember, Colt is a ranged brawler, but he does have a very, very aggressive reload and a damage output if he wants to do the burst. So JPod already 7 stars to 0, 9 stars to 0 now as they pick up a 5th kill. And Team Kaz are stuck in a very, very hard place because they're about to get locked into their spawn once again. Wrecked. Also sniping, sniping 1, sniping 2, working together with Chewy. And doesn't look very good for Team Kaz. They need to reorganize themselves and figure out how to counter this because time is running out and it is against them.
That's right, and I just saw Chewy and Orca basically playing squash with that one wall back there, using their C-bombs, trying to bounce it off each other and trying to hit each other. But unfortunately, this is JPod in the very, very massive lead, 18 stars up against 4, and this is one heck of a tall order from Kaz to climb back from. I mean, just look at this. Chewy's able to take Orca out, but with the support, well, it's not even support, because they just took each other out, but this is still JPod in the lead. Very, very well done, and it's Mr. Smiley as well as Wrecked connecting every single one of their shots. I mean, look at Syrians. He's down to 884, no choice but hide behind this one present box. And it's the exact same situation as you saw in the previous round. He does manage to steal a nice shot on direct, but it's not enough. 5 seconds left. What can they do? They need to go in for it, but that just puts them at a disadvantage. They expose themselves and they take a lot of damage. And the final score is 18-32. JPod has just stolen bounty on Canal Grande.
I think 1 round is stolen, but 2 rounds is a well-earned win, and we could see they were a lot more confident in that second round compared to that first round. So Kaz, I think it's panic stations for them at the moment because gem grab is I mean, it's an objective-based mode, so it could be a very different story when it comes to bounty, but if that's how JPod are going to play in gem grab, I think it's going to be a tough task for Team Kaz to come back, because you could see once they're very confident, and once they're very confident, their aggression is just like, it's ruthless. It's super unending. They lock you in their spawn. And remember, it's on Ice Fort, so relatively, like, if they play how they played in that previous matchup, and they take out the obstacles, I think it's going to be an easy win for them.
Oh yeah, we're seeing a lot of Sprout players today, so I would not be surprised if they went with another Sprout-based brawler composition in Ice Fort. But of course, I mean, seeing how they've been playing so far, Orca has kind of come out on top at times, and this is kind of uncharacteristic of Chewy. I mean, Kaz is, they were the champions of the last month's final, but they're kind of dropping frags here. Look at this. Orca just heals himself right back up. Chewy's able to do quite a bit of damage, but now they're just trying to tickle each other. Once again, playing squash with the wall. And this is Orca, though, still very much alive and on top of Chewy. Chewy heals right in time. He wants to take him down. They're down to 5 gems. He needs to steal it, but can he connect a single seed bomb? The answer is no, as Mr. Smiley just comes in with an elimination. Oh no. Orca, he's still very much alive with 6, maybe 7 gems now. Oh my gosh, Nami Ruro, he's looking for it. He's on max. He wants to go into speed boost, but unfortunately, speed does not help him there as Orca just connects shot after shot. What a play!
Oh man, the jukes that he has as well, he's constantly at like half health, but he's able to lure them in, and by doing that, the rest of his teammates are just helping him finish the kills off. So he needs to be careful though. Remember, all the whole team's gem supply is on him. So if he gets taken out, it's gonna be a good night. Kaz at the moment though, they have regained control of that middle section, so they're gonna slowly but surely start to start to increase their gem count and move towards that countdown. But now Orca is going to try and go for the steal. He does, but he's stuck in between the walls. Here comes speed boost from Nami Ruro, I think it was, and the aerosol is going to be popped. So let's see what happens. Orca is all the way at the back, and Kaz are 2 men down now, and I think that's going to be it. So JPod, they're going to pick up the first round on Gem Crab, and they are starting to run away with this.
Oh my gosh, they certainly are, and even popping that Lu pin towards the end to kind of taunt them like, hey, we're winning, and you guys are not. And I mean, just the plays from Orca and Wrecked are just insane, incredible. The way they're dodging, the way he was trying to duel against Chewy but coming out on top, even with the support of his teammates, and Wrecked the very final moment, you know, coming in, supporting his teammate. As soon as the gems were dropped, he was there to pick it back right up. And I don't know what's happening to Kaz, man. How are they dropping these games?
Just individual skill, I think, to be honest. If you look at it, JPod just individually have been stepping up, right? The strategy hasn't been super fancy. They've stuck to a very simple strategy and one that's very easy to execute. And so far, it's been going according to plan. You had a lot of dukes, like you could see just now in the middle, right? Like Kaz constantly on like half health, but they were able to juke left, juke right, stay in the grass, get that regen, pop in when the gem spawned. So great kind of reading of how the game is going, and also spatial awareness of where their opponents are on the map itself to kind of ascertain when's the best time to move in and grab those gems.
Still, regardless of that, it looks like both teams are trying to pull a fast one on each other. Switching up the brawler composition, we've brought out Pam this time, but that's not even an issue because Rosa, I mean, Mr. Smiley, he's just going to walk right into Sirius, takes him out just like that, even popping his gadget to secure himself some, an escape route, as it were, as he runs all the way back but comes back into the fray, looking to take Nami Ruro out, who is banking on those 5 gems. He has his healing turret up. He is going to stay around it to defend it as well as to keep himself alive. So this could be Kaz coming back into the game as they are looking at possibly 8. Nope, I changed my mind. This is Mr. Smiley who just goes in, takes him out, steals all 9 gems. Nami Ruro has respawned. He wants blood. It's going to be Pam versus Pam. Both healing turrets and health modulators have been activated, but unfortunately for him, Mr. Smiley is there to back him up, back the Orca up. That was just a tough fight. Kaz are not having a good time here. Look at Mr. Smiley. He doesn't even care. He has his shield. He's so comfortable. He's just going to walk in all the way from the back and take them down, punching them, brawling them out. Still 6 against 5 gems, and now he's caught in a bad position. Look at Sirius and Nami Ruro. They know they've got this one in the bag as he has just overextended himself, Mr. Smiley. Now all they need to do is to sit on these 12 gems and stay all the way at the back, not over-risking, not overexposing themselves, and they are looking very, very comfortable. Let's see if Mr. Smiley can go for it with 2 seconds left on the clock. He's not going to be able to do so, and now he is upset. Kaz has managed to bring this one back up into a tie, and they stay alive in this tournament for one more round.
Yeah, I think, like you said, like getting caught right at the very back, right, in that situation when he was able to take out 2, but then the other thing you have to realize is when you're in so deep into the enemy territory, right, once you pick up those frags, in a couple of seconds they're going to respawn. So you got to think about it. If your teammates are not there to back you up and your health is not like fully regen, then maybe it's a good sign to just take what you want and stay humble, stay grounded, and work your way back to your teammates. Unfortunately, that's not what happened, and it felt basically the beginning of the end for JPod in that round. I mean, I don't know what else to say, because that's basically how the game went, right? They weren't doing terrible, JPod. They were executing the kills, but just towards the end, caught out of that safe position, safe posturing that they were using in that first round, and Kaz sensed that weakness and went for it. Because once you're isolated, that's it. At a higher level, like you're not gonna stay alive for very long.
And we have seen that happen before. You know, Brawl Stars, it is a simple game. You know, I kind of talked about this before. It's simple. You just run around, you shoot at people. But at the same time, there are these nuances. It's complex. There are brawler synergies, brawler compositions. Certain brawlers work better on certain maps. And of course, there's always teamwork. It is a 3v3 game. If you're going in solo, trying to pull off a sneaky play can work, but if you're caught out alone and the opponent's teammates are there, that's going to be it. So Mr. Smiley, this time they've gone back to their old strategy of a Sprout, Colt, as well as a Piper. Wrecked has been a very, very scary and terrifying Piper to play up against, but this time let's see if he can pull any magic off as he hides over the right side of the map. And look at this, we have a wall up. This is keeping Namiruro in this left corner at the same time, but he does have a high pull of health. He is able to sustain quite a bit of damage and stay alive at the same time. And thanks to his healing turret, which is hidden very, very nicely right behind that picket fence, he is going to be pretty comfortable with 7 gems. Now they're looking for the 8th, possibly the 9th. And this is Kaz in a very, very comfortable position, Phil.
So the countdown has started, but they're not home safe just yet. Remember, Namiruro, all the gems are stacked on him, so they're gonna have to go for the jump. And so far, they're just getting wiped. So I think Kaz is probably gonna take this, and indeed they will. So they force it to a tiebreak. They'll take gem grab 2-1. Yeah, they'll take gem grab 2-1 and force it to the tie break mode, which is siege. So Kaz not out of it yet. They sensed that they needed to step up. They needed to pull up their socks and roll up their sleeves, and they were able to do so. So fighting their way back, JPod, just I don't know whether they just didn't know how to counter that strategy that Kaz were putting in play. It seemed very uncharacteristic in round 2 and round 3. How they were performing compared to how they performed in round 1, which was like a total sweep, right, in that first round on gem grab. But we'll go to siege and we'll see how it turns out. Once again, another tricky mode, and like you said, it snowballs so quickly, right? So if you're not cognizant and you're not aware of the bold situation that your team is at, that's going to basically serve as a very quick GG.
Yeah, and that could be it. I mean, it is Siege after all, and this time, instead of Junk Park, we are on Olive Branch, I believe. And just looking at the layout of this map, I mean, it's definitely different. It's somewhat similar, but the way the map is laid out, you've got the 3 lanes that are a lot clearer as opposed to Junk Park. And I mean, this is where I actually think the JPods would shine because of how good they are with these linear engagements so far. I mean, the way they were playing Colt, the way they were playing Piper, it's just tough days for Kaz. And once again, you know, it is uncharacteristic. So let's see if they can pull off some kind of strategy that will allow them to come out on top this time. Looks like it might kind of be sort of a mirror matchup in the form of Sirius and Mr. Smiley. Both of them are Rosa. Meanwhile, Tired King and Namiruro, Sprout and Pam. Orca is going to be Lou this time, and that could mean defense, especially on a game mode like Siege, of course. But it's going to be the first phase summon from Team Kaz, and this puts them in the lead. Let's see if they can ride this wave to victory.
JPod level 3, like you so wisely pointed out, but they do have that Lure though, so it's going to freeze it in place and keep it stuck behind the obstacle. So they're not going to take any damage on to that turret. But Kaz have control of the middle, and they are arguably in the better position right now because the next siege is going to come in 15 seconds, and I don't think JPod are going to be able to recover enough gems. They are on the back foot. They're just sustaining too much damage, and that has forced them all the way back. So it's going to be the second siege at level 8.
Level 8, and Namiruro just won that duel against Mr. Smiley. He knew exactly when the shield was going to run out and pushed in at the opportune time. Now Tired King playing defense, just tricking JPod into shooting back and forth, but in fact he's going to put his wall up, and that just kind of sticks them in that corner. I mean, they don't have a way to maneuver around these walls, and that could be a big issue for JPod. Look at how Kaz are in control of the center of the map here. They have locked down each and every single lane, and there is just no way for JPod to push through. Even if Mr. Smiley wants to go against Sirius, Sirius has a shield. He is the exact same brawler, and in fact, he has a slight advantage up on health just because of the way that he's been playing so far. And level 10 Siege Bot, it's purple, it's mean. JPod, they don't have a single point of damage onto Kaz's base. At this point, you know what it is. It's game over. Of course, this is only the first round, but we have to say, well played by Kaz this time around. They're pulling their socks up, and they're seizing control. They're taking the reins, and they're saying, this is our game. We were the grand champions of the previous month's final, and you are not knocking us out.
Yeah, so they take that first round in very convincing fashion, and JPod now, like we pointed out, they do very well at the beginning. They pick up a bit of momentum, then it's a lot easier for them. But they're very different, right, compared to Suya, who adapts to what's going on, and they change it up. What we're seeing now is just JPod trying to brute force their way back into the match, and it's not working out because Kaz are reading them like a book, and anything that they're trying to do, and any strategy that they're just trying to employ is being halted right as it's presented. So JPod, very tough task for them right here to get back into the game. Remember, it is tied 1-1 on the game mode count, but in this round of best of 3 on Siege, Kaz lead 1-0.
That's right. So it's do or die here. Kaz, they need to win this next round if they want to stay in this tournament. If not, it's going to be pushed. They're going to be pushing us into a tiebreaker. So let's see what JPod can pull off here. It's still Olive Branch. It's still Siege. And it is, for me at least, still very demoralizing. I mean, if I put myself in JPod's shoes back there, you see the level 10 Siege Bot being summoned. You see how you don't have control in the center of the map. It's kind of like, all right, well, whatever, man. Like, I can't fight this anymore. But they're back into the game. They're not giving up. And it's going to be Tired King versus Orca once more. Orca trying to give some kind of support to his teammates and just calling for Mrs. Smiley to, in fact, push into Tired King. They do manage to summon a level 2 Siege Bot, but look at JPod. They have picked up 2 bolts. And this gives them a huge lead over onto the second phase. But of course, it's all up to whether Kaz are able to seize and maintain control over on the center of the map. Mr. Smiley, he has his super, hasn't popped it yet, still down to 263 points of health. He is relegated to the back to kind of allow his health to regen. Meanwhile, Orca will be the one to push up and contest these bolt spawns. But of course, looks like Kaz are very much in the driver's seat because look at how each and every single lane is the same strategy. They don't even need a Pam. It's all up to Sirius and Tired King and Namiruro, and they're able to win. And whoa, nice wall by Tired King. Just narrowly pushes Mr. Smiley all the way to the other side and just renders him unable to pick up those bolts. And now Sirius comes back, he picks up those 2, and this puts it at a 3-on-3. At the same time, the Siege Bot is the one that has been summoned on the side of Kaz. They are very, very much in the lead here. It's 100% to 49, and JPod is not looking too good right now.
Yeah, it is a tough battle for them. at the moment, and I think it's rough unless they can get back into the game and pick up the balls and get this last siege. I think as we've always pointed out, that's going to be a really hard task, and so they've lost the siege bot. And if they don't, so they got to take out the siege bot, and then they got to rush base damage, and I think they know it's over because they've kind of given up already.
Look at the gloating from Kaz. They knew that they won. They started using those pins, and yep. I always say this, and it's just because it's true. It's demoralizing, all right? You see the third phase, you know you lost it. It's like it's that same tone that you used yesterday when you know it's like, all right, well, it's game over. So unfortunately for JPod, they are knocked out of this tournament. Commiserations to them, but it's congratulations to Kaz as they secure themselves a spot in the lower bracket round 3. They managed to stay alive in this tournament to fight and live to see another day. So up next, I believe it's gonna be Suya versus was it Hive Resonance or was it?
It should be Suya versus Kaz, and then the Suya versus Kaz, and then the winner of that will go up against Resonance in the we'll go up against Hive Resonance in the lower bracket final. But we're gonna go to a short intermission. We'll be back in like 3 minutes. And will be the matchup is going to be Suya versus Kaz in the lower bracket round 3.
And welcome back, everyone. It is the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble January Finals, Day 2. And now we are in the lower bracket, Round 3. I hope everyone had a good break. And right now we are deep. Well, not too deep. We're right at the early afternoon. And I hope the players are really warmed up because up next, it's going to be Team Kaz versus Suya. Both teams very, very strong showing so far throughout the day. I mean, Kaz might have gotten knocked down by Icy Dopping, but remember, again, I say this a lot. These guys were the grand champions of the December finals. They beat JPod 2-1, and right now they're going up against Suya, who have been just absolutely nonstop dominating this entire game. I mean, it's been 2-0 onto Dancing Teddy, 2-0 onto Cloud Gaming. They did get dropped by Hive Residence, but right now, going up against Kaz, I feel like it's going to be pretty even. I mean, both guys have potential to adapt to each other. Both guys are mechanically sound, mechanically strong teams, but I feel like Kaz has a little bit more teamwork, but we're just going to have to wait and see how this one plays out, Phil. It's going to be a best of 5, and the very first game mode will be Heist on Safe Zone.
Yeah, and Suya, like I said, Kaz, we just saw in that previous round, right? They had a really tough time against JPod, so I think it's gonna be an uphill battle against Suya because Suya has been on form and on point today so far. They might perhaps maybe lose the first round because they do take a bit of warming up in their games, but I think, excuse me, at the end of the day, they might have the upper hand now leading into this after the performances that we've seen Kaz put out through the whole tournament so far.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you, especially on a game mode like Heist. We saw how Suya plays. They're really aggressive, and the way they play on a game mode like Heist, I mean, they just full aggression, nonstop, just rush onto your opponent's base. They could just walk away with a win just like that. So Kaz is going to have to pull something out. They're going to have to figure out a way to defend and counter Suya's strategies. I mean, I think we've seen Safe Zone once already, and a familiar brawler composition or strategy would be Pam. I think we've seen players do this before. We have also seen Surges and Brock, so I'm not entirely sure how these teams are going to play, but watching how Breadcrumbs being on point with brawlers like Colt time and time after again, I have a feeling that that's what he's going to do. It's just going to be that sort of 8-bit plus Colt strategy where we're just going to nail down every single site and ensure that we're going to lay on the damage thick time and time after again, volley after volley, burst of fire after burst of fire, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. 8-bit plus Colt. You can't go wrong with that, but on the other hand, it's Amo versus Sirius in the form of the Pam versus Spike. You know me, I'm gonna go with Sirius here, but let's see how they play this one out. It's Chewy against Breadcrumbs on the other side, though, as he has managed to do a little bit of chip damage on the Kaz's base. He's down at 88 and 81. Sirius still very much alive, but this is the counter, actually. I mean, look at Amo. He's able to use his super to lock out Pam's super to ensure that Sirius does not get any healing from it whatsoever because it's an area of effect. Look at that, the thorns right there. Still, though, Sirius does have Mama's Hug as his star power, I believe, so that allows him to heal up bits of health just by doing damage. So it's kind of like this siphoning strategy, but at the same time, it is Heist. They need to do damage onto Suya's base, and it's down to 79 and 58%. Time and time after again, it looks like Sirius and Namirua are locking CY and Amo back in their spawn. Meanwhile, Breadcrumbs is the only one. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about Chewy, regardless of whether there is a player there or not. He's just continuously going down this right lane again and again. This time taking out Namirua. Chewy has come back to stop him from doing damage, and he will be able to take him out. So Kaz, very much in the lead right now, I would say, 79 to 58%. Let's see if Sirius can stay alive long enough to put out another healing turret, as well as Namiru with his damage booster and take out Suya's base. But oh, looks like they've been taken out. Chu is the only one left alive. He falls as well. It's a complete team wipe, and now Suya are pushing into Kaz's base.
Yeah. And you can see Amo trying to stay alive and do his darndest. They are able to get a couple of hot shots onto Team Kaz's safe at the moment, but you know, it is rough going for them. They just aren't able to sustain themselves. They don't have a PAM unlike Kaz, and that sustain is so important. They're gonna go for a final base race, and that's gonna force them all the way back. Does Kaz, but they'll respawn in time. And Suya will drop that first round. So not unexpected. You know, we've seen them constantly drop that first round, have Suya. And I think now I think we're going to see a PAM come out for Suya and synergize with that 8-bit choice. And then I think maybe the third one, maybe they'll go for a B. Like they've been doing really well with B so far. Spike just hasn't seemed to work out for them in that round. So I think definitely we're going to see a brawler shuffle.
You know, you're onto something there. There's definitely an interesting strategy. I mean, I'm just picturing in my mind right now, if Amo switches over onto a brawler like B, and he uses his rattled Hive, the ones with the 3 bee stingers that spin around, he could just very well take out healing turrets or damage boosters from behind cover, and that's going to allow him to do a lot of damage. But in fact, it seems like they're going with Mr. P instead, possibly relying on the porters to just push through onto Kaz's base. But you know, I think they go for the first target, that the one that's closest to them instead. So it's gonna be interesting to see how this one plays out. Of course, like you so wisely pointed out, it's definitely gonna be Brawl Shuffle. We're definitely gonna see a PAM. So both PAMs on both sides. Let's see who comes out on top. This time, though, it's Sirius who he's ignoring them. He just wants to do damage on the Suya's base. Of course, this is Heist after all, so if you are going to be playing your opponent's game, you're going to be on defense the whole time. That's going to be a bad strategy. And that's exactly what Sirius wants to do. He is trying to stay alive right now, though, because he has taken quite a bit of damage, in fact. And Amo is the one suppressing fire this time. He has been left with no choice but to push onto the second lane on the left, and that allows CY to take him out. Now the damage comes in from Suya's side, but at the same time, look at where Chewy is. He's somewhere over on Suya's side. He's doing damage to their base. It's down to 21% right now, and Sirius is going along this time. Oh, but Bedcrumbs comes back, takes him out. 80% to 13. And, you know, at this point, Kaz can just continuously walk on through, but it looks like they still want to be careful because Bedcrumbs is someone to look out for. If he is left alone, you never know what he can do. You never know what he can pull off. They're going to leave Amo to do damage, but in fact, they're going to go for the base race, and it's Namiru, Sirius, and Chewy to take out Suya's base. And now the score is up. They have taken Safe Zone, they have taken Heist, and this pushes us into the next map. Keep in mind, this is the lower bracket round 3, so it's a best of 5. And the next game mode is going to be none other than Snake Prairie on Bounty.
Yeah, very open map. We're going to see the Nanis come out. The question is, are they going to stick with the bows? I mean, that's a synergetic kind of loadout, right? So usually you'll see Nani, bow, Tara for the last minute chase if you need to, but then also for the pull, the vacuum pull, and nuke if you need that for a kind of defensive posture as well. So whether we're gonna get a mirror lineup and see that strategy being utilized, that's yet to be seen. But I think it is a very highly polished strategy, and I'd be quite surprised if they don't employ it.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw the strategy earlier on today, and, you know, I think the master of this play is definitely Response. The way he plays Tara is just... There is no one that can compare to how well this guy positions himself, how well he times and uses his super. It's just incredible. But between these two teams, it's Kaz, it's Suya, And we're not even sure if they're going to play and employ this strategy in the first place. I mean, it's probably going to be a bow, but I'm not sure if they're going to go with that sort of Nani Tara play. You know, in fact, someone like Bedcrumbs likes to go with this really unorthodox aggression. I mean, he seems like someone who just wants to, you know, if this were a first-person shooter, he's that W warrior. He just presses W nonstop, keeps on going forward, right? And that's kind of how he's been playing so far. Whether he's on Colt, whether he's on Mortis, he just goes right in. He doesn't care. Playing on Snake Prairie, I'm not sure. We're going to have to wait and see. I mean, might have to be a little bit more careful because it's Kaz after all. And it looks like I was right. Bedcrumbs is on Mortis after all. He does steal the first star. But Nami Ruro, he's sneaking up behind. He does take a couple of shots, takes Breadcrumbs down, but of course, CY is there to reply. It's going to be a trade, and now they are down. It's 2 and 4. Let's see if Sirius can take Amo out.
Really pushing down our Sirius and Nami Ruro, and it's tied though at the moment. CY is also forced to go slightly aggressive in this defense. Breadcrumbs picks out Sirius, gets that heal up as he completed that elimination. But Nami Ruro chasing after CY will drop him 7-7. Now Tired King is going to get taken out by Breadcrumbs, who knows he's right there. And they're just trading kills back and forth. Breadcrumbs though getting dropped by Nami Ruro as he ran out of damage. And Amo will get that triple arrow, landing it on Sirius. That will add another 3 stars to them. Nami Ruro gets taken a lot of damage from Breadcrumbs, and Amo will back him up. So that's 16-15 on the scoreboard in favor of Suya at the moment. But it just seems like both teams are on a very, very fragile bridge at the moment.
Well, that is exactly it, because they're kind of fragile. Every time Bedcrumbs goes in, if he's able to connect all 3 blade swings, that immediately gives him his super, and of course that is his sustainability. At the same time though, Sirius is going to be pushing on towards the opponent's spawn. Unfortunately, he gets taken out, so this is Suya very much in the lead, 27-23, and now they are just waiting for the push from Kaz. Nice peep connection onto CY. Still though, Bedcrumbs is there to answer. It's going to be a trade. It's 29-29. Wait, what? A nice final kill from Tired King onto Bedcrumbs.
Breadcrumbs, why? Breadcrumbs, why? Could have sealed the deal right there and brought Suya back into the game. But I mean, I guess it is a tie, and that makes it a even closer game. But we'll see how it turns out. I mean, Suya, they're going to be disappointed in that performance because they were trading kills, but they were ultimately ahead. And had they not been so greedy, they would have picked up that round. So they're going to be kicking themselves for that small mistake. But nonetheless, we'll head into round 2 on Bounty. Remember, if you just joined us, this is the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble January Finals. And we are in the lower bracket round 3, and it's between Suya and Team Kaz. It's tied, not tied, sorry. It is, the score is 1-0 on the game mode count, but in this game mode of Bounty, which is the second one, it is tied at the moment.
It is tied at the moment, but looks like, Sirius has brought out his Mortis. So it's going to be a mirror match of the 2 Mortises right here. Let's see who is going to be the one that comes out on top. Sirius takes Bedcrumbs out. And now Nami Ruro is going to do some damage on the right side. Meanwhile, Tired King still very much hidden on the left. I don't think they even know that he's there. A nice sniper shot will allow him to do a lot of damage, and that is Amo down to 1,600 points of health, though. Sirius and Bedcrumbs, look at that. And that is teamwork that Kaz has, that Suya might not necessarily have, in fact. Still, though, it's 4 to 6 stars. And, man, Kaz, they have to be careful. I mean, Sirius is a strong player. He is going in with these kills, and he is coming out on top of those duels against Bedcrumbs, but it's the teamwork that they need to pull off together in order to come out on top. 7 and 8 right now. I don't want to see another draw. I mean, it is very close, but I want to see a decisive victor Tired King is going to blow things wide open using the parasol, using the grenades. Of course, though, it's going to be a trade, but Tired King does get a kill onto Bedcrumbs. Now 14 to 12 stars. Nami Ruro still very much open. He is trying to stay alive, trying to dodge these 3 arrows that keeps getting shot out from the opposing bow. But now Sirius and Bedcrumbs once more dancing back and forth. He is trying to give the chase. He has his super. This gives him the health. He could very well take Bedcrumbs out right now, but looks like he needs to recharge his dashes. Nami Ruro, oh nice! Well-placed mines, and that just forces Bedcrumbs to stay in the back there, but still suddenly very low after eating a shot from CY. This puts him in a disadvantageous position, and oh! Bedcrumbs takes Tired King out. This is going to be painful. Sirius, he needs to take Bedcrumbs down, otherwise this is going to be it for Kaz in this game mode. Oh no, that was so close. He does take him out, but 25 to 26. And that is going to be that. Suya takes away the first round on Bounty on Stank Prairie. Still not over yet. They need a 2-0 or a 2-1 to move on forward. So, man, it is super close between these two teams.
It is very close, and Suya once again showing that even though they're going to lose the first round, they're going to adapt, and they're just taking it as a warm-up. So that's just Suya. Like, that's textbook Suya. We've seen the whole tournament. They've done the same thing. And yeah, I don't have much more analysis apart from that. We'll see how it turns out in this last tiebreak on Bounty, whether Suya is going to apply more pressure onto Kaz, or whether Kaz, are going to be able to walk away and secure the win on Bounty, which would mean that they'll head into Siege with the upper hand at 2-0. But Suya is not giving up just yet. They are sticking at it, and they're not a pushover, right? They're just a bit slow to the races, so to speak.
Yeah, and I think that's also partially due to experience, perhaps, because we've seen Kaz several times now in this tournament. They're always playing together. They might have subs here and there, but I believe they all belong to the same club, the same team, and they regularly play together. They coordinate, they communicate, and that is the one thing that they might have that Suya doesn't. But of course, Suya are very, very strong individual players themselves. I mean, just look at how Bedcrumbs is coming into these games time and time after again. Not to mention Amo and CY. It's just this sort of individual performance that outshines Kaz at times, and in fact, giving them the win on Bounty. So, I don't know. I think it's a kind of weird that, Sirius is definitely a very strong Mortis player. We've seen him play against like Vex before. There was that mirror match in one of our very first Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumbles. But the Brawl composition is a bit weird. I mean, if you're bringing a bow, yeah, you have your mines. Yes, you have your totem pole, but if you don't have a Tara per se, or maybe even a Nani, the complementation is just, it's not really there, because the totem pole aids a Nani. A Tara aids in the form of using your psychic enhancer to be to show off these lines of sight on the grass patches. But well, looks like in fact, since it was a draw in the first game, it's going to be the win for Suya. So the score is tied 1-1 right now. We are in Siege on Junk Park, so it's different strategies. Chewy is going in with the wall this time, and right now it's going to be up right in the center. And that kind of allows Bedcrumbs to pick up 1 extra bolt. So it's 2 and 3 up. Once more, Chewy versus CY. It's going to be the Sprout v Sprout duel, but Amo does take out one of the members on Kaz. But Chewy comes out on top of that one duel. The seed bombs are still being lobbed over the wall. And let's see if he's able to do some more damage. They need the bolts. Remember, this is Siege after all. We have the bear that has been summoned, and whenever that bear is in play, you gotta think, is it going to be a stun, or is it going to be a Hyper Claw there? The one that continuously swipes Fury swipes again and again and again. Looks like it is the stun, in fact. So Sirius trying to do what he can. He is on Jack after all. So the obstacles will be how he wants to play. They do manage to get the bolts up. And there's going to be a level 13 siege bot that pushes through onto Suya's base. Let's see how they defend. They have the wall up. Oh, that's going to be a problem. The bot edge run going to go on the other side, in fact, sustaining quite a bit of damage, but still, 30 points of health. I think that's efficient enough to do quite a bit of damage. I mean, look at that. Just one bot, and they're down to 43%. 43% on health on their base. So again, though, it's 3 and 7 volts. Kaz, they need as many as they can, because if Suya are able to summon on this third phase, it could be it for Kaz.
And I think, you know, they did a really good job right there stopping that siege wall, but they couldn't substantiate, right? They couldn't help them help themselves out, and again, once again, unable to have that middle control. And that's what we're seeing so far. Like, teams are playing really well. Teams are playing really well, but at the end of the day, like, they're not compensating and making sure that they have positioning for that next siege and then the next siege, right? The second and third sieges, and that's led to their downfall. So you can clear the team as much as you want, you can kill the team as much as you want, but at the end of the day, if you don't, you know, secure, then that's it. But who secured bounty? Was it Kaz?
It was Suya.
Was it Suya?
Suya.
Yeah.
Suya secured bounty, because the first one was a draw, so it's kind of like 1-1, and then the second one Suya won, so it became 2-1. Suya took away bounty, but it is Siege, it is Junk Park, and like you said, they definitely, it's all about the bolts, right? And that is why Kaz managed to win on this round. I mean, it was a very strong siege bot. They managed to play defense on the second phase pretty well, but towards the third one, Kaz was still in control. They still came out on top. Let's see what comes out on the next round, because that's the one that we want to watch to see if Suya has any tricks up their sleeves right now. I mean, the Sprout v Sprout duels have been working out in favor of Chewy this time, but in fact, it's going to be Serious that brings out a Frank all of a sudden. Of course, though, Nami Ruro on B is going to be an interesting matchup against Amo. Going to be an even trade out. No, actually, Chewy's missing a shot. Finally connects it, but because he spent a little bit too much time, the bolt does not get collected in time. It's going to be a level 2 siege bot from the side of Suya. And just like that, Kaz has actually lost momentum. They don't even have a Sprout wall up to deter the siege bot off from the left side. So going to be taking quite a bit of damage here. And at the same time, Suya has control over the center portion of the map right now. This is a big problem for Kaz, and they need to solve it if they want to win this game mode decisively.
So yeah, once again, they're hanging off the deadline. That was a good initial push from them, even though the siege bot was only a level 3. But they're keeping an eye on the prize. Conversely, though, now Kaz has managed to get a team wipe and get that positioning on the middle. But you know, you can, like I said, you can concentrate on the frags all you want, but the most important thing on siege is getting that siege bot in place, right? And every single siege, you know, after the first one, you know, the bot just gets stronger and stronger and stronger, regardless of how many bolts you have on him. So, like you can see already, compared to that first siege bot, which was, even though it was really tanky, it was only able to pop off like 34% health. That second siege bot wasn't really that much more like higher in level, right? It was like, it was 3 more levels in play, but was able to chip away 77% health.
And it's exactly right. Still, though, the very final phase, and it's going to be a tie. This puts Kaz in a very, very comfortable position, but they do kind of have to play defense. Suya can push in and try to do damage if they want to, but remember, there is a turret, and that will put some damage points onto Suya's players. At the same time, Chewy and Serious are there to defend, so it looks like it's game over for Suya as the countdown timer ticks away, and the final score is going to be 66 to 23%. Kaz takes away Junk Park. They take away Siege. So we're going to go next into our game mode. Still a best of 5. The score right now is 2-1. Suya stands a chance at redeeming themselves if they are able to win in the next game mode, which is going to be Gem Grab, and the map is going to be Hard Rock Mine. No Minecart Madness, it's Hard Rock Mine. It's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. I mean, this map, the layout, it's fairly open. You've got these grass patches on both sides, but it doesn't connect on the vertical side of the map. So it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, you might just, I think, Breadcrumbs, we've been seeing him play Colt pretty much the entire day, except for when he goes with Mortis. So it's going to be about him taking out the obstacles, maybe connecting shots. But if you go with someone like maybe even a Mortis, if you're trying to be a little bit sneaky, you could push in and make use of those grass patches to stay behind enemy lines and really annoy and distract them. But let's see how this one plays out. It is Gem Grab after all, so it's not always about kills. It's about those gems in the center of the map. You might even go with a Pam. I'm not entirely sure. What are your thoughts on this, Phil?
I mean, looking at the map, you raise some valid points, and at the same time, they're going to be they have to be really careful because of those grass patches, right? So you can go melee actually on this, and not really have to worry too much about it. I think we're probably going to see a B. Potentially a Pam just for sustain. If you're very aggressive, maybe Edgar. Edgar on this map is actually really good because you can go for the jump, get the damage, and then go for the hide in the grass right after that. So that's one thing that maybe we perhaps might pick up. I think generally that's what we can kind of expect because because at the end of the day, like that, it's a fairly open map as well. So there's a lot of concealment. The obstacles are there as well. And what we've seen is on this map mode, like if you have a good Pam and you get the healing modulator in the right area, then you basically can permanently station yourself there and not really worry about regenning because your opponent can't really take out the healing modulator if it's placed very well. So that's I guess that's all the insight that I kind of have at the moment for Gem Grab. But I feel now that Suya are kind of like on the edge of tilting already. You can see that they've kind of lost confidence in the way they're playing, and they're starting to lose momentum. You could see it as well because they aren't adapting, they aren't changing up their play style, they're not changing up the brawlers as well. And they're not reacting on these objective-based game modes, so it's rough for them. But hopefully they can step it up.
That is a very, very good point, and I completely agree with you. I mean, just watching how they're playing, even I mean, it was Siege, and like I always say, it's the most demotivating game mode ever because when you lost, you've lost, and there isn't anything that you can do. You pretty much just spam your pins, spam those emotes, and show your angry faces. But of course, I hope they're not on full tilt. Hopefully they are able to come back. We're not sure. We'll have to see how this one plays out. But of course, it is very valid that I think Pam would be a very good pick here. But of course, Breadcrumbs on Colt. This guy is he has pretty much been Colt the entire day. His super will definitely shoot through obstacles, maybe even taking down healing turrets. We're just going to have to wait and see what these guys have in store for us. But of course, for now, while the players are getting ready, we are your casters. Hey, I'm Quack, but above me, this is the man, the very, very meticulous. He takes notes down for me. He gives adequate analysis every single time. He's sipping his lavender, yuzu, hojicha, kombucha, and he's got egg tarts. You gotta show some support, show him your love because I mean, he's just a great caster. So look him up. It's Death Adder SG. Maybe give a Google. But on Twitter, he is at the Phil Effect with underscores in between. So show some support, show some love. This guy is great, but still waiting for the players to ready up and get into the game. Meanwhile, maybe we could talk about the Brawl talk that premiered last night a little bit. Okay, never mind. Game has started anyway. It is. I still don't really know what Colonel Ruffs does, but maybe someone in the chat can point it out. It does look like Amo is going for the Rosa strategy, so he's going to be popping up a little thicket of bush there over on the left side, which is interesting to say the least. I don't think it's going to do much for him, though, because Namiro is just going to blow it wide open, and Sirius is just going to dash in and do all the damage. Tired King, oh, look at that teleport. Allows him to take CY out. What a masterful play. And still, though, he is going to be unable to escape away because of how slow 8-bit is. But regardless, it is breadcrumbs on the Pam, which is, we haven't seen him play Pam so far. Pam is kind of this heavyweight support brawler at the same time, just because her damage isn't too strong, but she can heal. But regardless of that, Namiruro is going to eat a big bullet, but from CY. Still, though, Sirius is there to support. He picks up 9 gems, uses the speed boost to run away, dashes to pick up the 10. Countdown timer in play now, and Sirius needs to stay alive. 7-1-4. And keep in mind, Max is pretty squishy, so he even takes a little bit of damage. This could be it. All 10 gems have been dropped. Namiruro dies as well. Oh no! Suya! We are able to make the counterplay just in time. And now it's up to Kaz to drop Amo, who is on Rosa. Those 10 gems needs to be taken out of his pocket, otherwise it could be it for Kaz, and they are unable to do so. The thumbs down has been thrown by Suya, and they are just issuing a challenge to Kaz, man. They're saying, you know what, you might have taken the previous game mode, but gem grab, we're not going to go down that easily. So Suya takes away the first round, but it's not over yet. Let's see what else Kaz has in store for us.
Yeah, and you can see when they play confident, right? They are able to accomplish amazing things, and the momentum you saw just switch like so quickly. Kaz all the way, superior position, middle control, mine area control, and then the chase came in from Suya. Couple good snipes, followed up, and then just went for the rotation all the way back to their base, their spawn, and able to stay alive and withstand the onslaught of the aggressive Kaz chase at the end. So like they're not any pushovers, right? It's just a question of whether they're working together and are on the same page for the game plan.
Oh yeah, for sure, but this is interesting. You don't see a Leon too often, but in fact, ZY has gone with the Leon pick. It's a stealth brawler, and he is in full stealth right now. They don't really know where he is, and he has the option to go invisible whenever he wants to. The way that he shoots out those, shurikens or yo-yos, but they're able to do so much damage at all 5 of those shots connect. And just looking at how he's playing right now, he is trying to distract and lurk over in their sides, but Tired King is going to be able to snuff him out, and now Suya needs to come back with a counter play. Bedcrumbs eats a nice shot from Namiruro, who is still sitting on 6 gems, has his super to fly away if he wants to. Going to pop in just in time. And of course, that is Leon's ability. He puts out a duplicate, and it kind of makes you think, is it the actual CY, or is it just the duplicate? But Sirius comes in with a steal. Still, this is a repeat of what we saw in the previous round. He needs to stay alive again. He is down very low, 961. Oh, very close, very, very close. Almost got taken out by Amo back there, but the teammates are there to support him. And of course, they dropped the 1 gem, but it's still okay because it's all the way towards their spawn. Tired King comes back into play now. Sirius unfortunately takes a shot from Bedcrumbs, so a little bit painful, but because of Tired King's teleporter, he is very much able to pick up all 14 gems. And Kaz, look at them. They are trolling, spinning, taunting Suya, asking them to you know what? You want to spam your emotes on us? We can do the same thing. And in fact, they're going to do it with style. They're going to do it with class because of Tired King's 8-bit teleporting gadget. So it scores 1-1 right now, and it's man, it's pretty close. It's pretty close.
Yeah, Suya are on the brink of getting eliminated from this tournament. Remember, it is 2-1 on the game mode scoreboard in favor of Kaz at the moment, and on the mode scoreboard of Gem Grab, it is 1-1. So if Kaz pick up the second round, Suya is going to have to get back to the drawing board and try and re-qualify for next month's cup. So, I mean, Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble, we've started in September of last year, I think, and we've had an edition every single month. So I think rumor has it that, Supercell has been very happy with the tournament and has been very happy with the player base and wants to help out the community even more. So perhaps we might see either a new series or maybe a regional league or maybe a continuation of the program. So it's anyone's guess. Nothing is confirmed. There's no hard news, but I think we might see more community rumbles or more Brawl Stars tournament, and that's all thanks to you guys for supporting the stream, for taking part in the tournament.
Yeah, man. I mean, let's shout out to the Brawl Stars Singapore community. I mean, all these guys: Oliver, Vex, Aaron, Martin, Greek Brawl, Wiggly's Poo, Aaron, who streams from time to time, and all these guys in the chat. Always lovely to watch them and support them, and they show us support as well. So, right now in the game, Kaz still in the lead. This time, though, Amo has dropped on over to Daryl, which is fairly interesting, but the roll does not work out for him back there. He does get taken out, and Namiruro, using the Rattled Hive, wants to take CY down. This time, it looks like Suya are going for this sort of the holy trinity of RPG mechanics. I mean, you got to tank, you got to support, but Amo as the DPS is just kind of falling apart and crumbling right now. Big Crumbs is able to do some damage, though, but Tired King hiding in the bushes is just able to stay hidden. Oh, but Amo, he's has spotted him out. He wants to go in with a roll, but the B shot from Namiruro is able to put him down. And just like that, actually, those gems, they were donated over onto Kaz's side. So pocketing all 10, they're just waiting for it. The countdown timer is in play. We got 8 seconds left. Let's see if Breadcrumbs or any members from Suya are able to do anything right now. Amo does pull up a nice roll, takes him down, steals all 13 gems, and rolls away, in fact. Sirius activates the speed booster. He has to chase Amo down. But of course, Amo, with the shotguns at point-blank range, they do so much damage. He's going to take Sirius out just like that in the blink of an eye. And all of a sudden, what seemed like victory for Kaz was stolen away again. And this pushes us into the very 5th map. And it's going to be Brawl Ball on Triple Dribble.
Oh, they absolutely got schooled on that one, man, towards the end. Like, that's a perfect execution of a chase and a jump. Amo once again stepping up to the plate. He's been using unconventional picks, but they're working out for him. And when he needs to step up, when he needs to get slightly more serious, when he needs to fill in the blanks for his teammates and his team, he always does so, and he always delivers. So, like you said, we're gonna go to Brawl Ball, and this is make it or break it for both sides. It's something that goes on, like it's either the game just drags on super long, or it's over in the blink of an eye. So I don't know which way this is gonna go, because it really is anyone's game on Brawl Ball. Unless you're Team Force, then that's a foregone conclusion.
Team Force. We're big fans of Team Force. But of course,
but other than that, then it's a pretty even playing field.
Yeah, of course. We miss our Team Force players. Response is in Icy Dopping right now, but I think Scythe is serving his time in national service. So, show him your support as well. I believe he has a Twitter account somewhere. It might be Scythe_BS. I'm not entirely sure, but right here, triple dribble. I mean, looking at the layout of the map, you got obstacles here and there. It's kind of scattered all throughout, but at the same time, you got this sort of L-shaped box edge corners on both sides of towards the goalpost. So I mean, I think Jack is definitely a possible pick here. I mean, she's got a speed boost, she is kind of a tank, and at the same time she has those AoE jackhammer attacks that are able to do so much. So the way these guys are going to play, remember, it's Brawl at the end of the day. It's not all about the eliminations, but okay, it's a full-on mirror matchup. We got Nita, we've got Barley, and we've got a B on both sides. And look at them. All three mirror matchups are trying to win out against each other, and that was very close. CY was down to 1 point of health. I've never seen 1 point of health before. But Sirius is going to be the one coming out victorious, able to take out 2, I think. And he has possession of the ball right now. Needs to kind of ditch it for a second as the Suya's players have respawned in time. So let's see if Chewy and Namiruro can provide any support to his teammate right now. Rattled Hive to force them back. They have possession, and Amo is trying to make a play. He's trying to push them up, has summoned the bear, and that's going to be a big problem. It gets taken out immediately, though. So Namiruro and Sirius, the only ones alive on Kaz's side. Let's see. Bedcrumbs, he's going in for the play, wants to lock them in their base, but it's going to be the elimination from the side of Sirius anyway. He has the ball, he wants to push it up now. Bedcrumbs really low, gets taken out by Sirius. Very nice play. Still going in, he's very close towards their side of the boat. Oh, he shoots it into the corner and gets in the very last second. Whoa! What a shot from Sirius, and this puts Kaz up on 1 goal. Meanwhile, Suya with a 0. And let's see if they can answer back.
Yeah, possession of the ball once again, and I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything about it. But as I say, that Breadcamp with the ulti is going to be able to take out 2 and stop that shot. But Sirius, once again, is able to get that shot off. So Kaz will pick up the first round in Brawl Ball. And my, oh my, they're aggressive. Like, Suya is putting up a really valiant fight, but they just... It's as if they're not used to the mechanics of Brawl Ball. Like, you can see they're used to like getting the kills, they're used to like pushing up, but they are not conscious of like, if your teammates wipe, you need to be very passive and make sure you stop the shots. If your opponent's very close to your ball line, you need to rush him, or you need to body block the shots because they're usually probably going to go and take a corner shot as well. So all these things, like, it's one of those game modes that if you're not used to it and you haven't practiced scenarios for it, it's really hard for you to excel in.
Well, it does look like Bedcrumbs has picked up the Jack this time, but to no avail as he just gets taken out immediately the way he rushed down. Sirius and Chewy, though, look at the teamwork that these guys have. In fact, I think it's the reason why Kaz comes out on top, right? I mean, they have possession right now. They're pushed up all the way towards Suya's goalpost, but looks like they will be taking quite a bit of damage right now. The way that Suya plays reminds me very much of that sort of, that kind of like pug star. Like, they're very good at killing. They're very strong individually, but when it comes to objective-based games and teamwork, they kind of lose out in that respect. Of course, now Chewy down to 1 point of health, supported by Namiruro and Sirius. The bear is up as well. Amo is the one on Barley this time, and oh, he does finally put 1 onto Sirius, and that Sirius gone. Namiruro still trying to stay alive, building up his super. Thumbs down. Oh, issuing out the challenge. Let's see if Suya are able to reply. CY shoots it up forward. Sirius is the only one left alive. Nice stun. Saves him just in time. Does a bit of damage, and he comes in again. Takes CY out. That was a complete 1v3 wipe by Sirius. What a play. And now Namiruro is trying to lock them in their spawn, securing it just because of all 5 of those bottles that have been lobbed over. He does get taken out though, but Chewy with a rattled Hive comes in with a play of his own, tries to connect shots on the CY, but Suya answers back with a Rattle Hive of his own, but it doesn't quite connect. It doesn't do enough damage onto Sirius. Still, the ball is very close, and Namiro has a clear shot, shoots it in, and Kaz is up by 1-0 once more.
Yeah, it's really hard for them to, they just seem to be teetering on the edge of, actually picking up a goal and being successful. But as you can see, like, Breadcrumb's going for the ball, both the teammates out of the back, and so he gets wiped, and that's just allowing them to have all the super shot. Bang! Chewy with the shot. Breadcrumbs goes to the block once again. He's trying to get his super up and get a couple of hits. He's able to take out Sirius. And now CY trying to hold his ground, but Chewy just too good. Will be able to take him out, and Amo is all up to him. But it's all over Red Rover. They will get that shot off, and Kaz will take the match. 3-2. Valiant fight from Suya right to the very end. Just couldn't put it past the finish line. And Team Kaz, just too good, eh?
Too good. Too good. All over Red Rover. I mean, the way they got that final goal was so stylish as well. I mean, it wasn't just a goal. It was a kill and then a goal to like kind of open it up so that there isn't anyone body blocking it. That was beautiful. I mean, grand final what? I mean, this was the match of the day. 3-2, super close time and time after again, but Brawl Ball might just be my second favorite game mode just because of how fun and strategic it can be at times. The way you're playing around it, this was incredible. But regardless, commiserations Suya, they put up a very good fight, but let this be a lesson. Don't, be toxic, right? Don't taunt your opponents. Let's just keep this civil. It's a friendly game. And Kaz, you gotta pay respect to your opponents at times, right? So they go on into the lower bracket grand finals where they will face off against Hive Resonance, and hopefully we see Suya again in the next month's tournament. So we'll go away for a short break, but come back and we're gonna watch Hive Resonance face off against Kaz, and let's see who gets to secure themselves a spot in the grand finals. Don't go away, guys. And welcome back, everyone. It is the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble, day 2 of the January finals. And right now, we are in the lower bracket finals, where Kaz will face off against Hive Resonance. We just saw Kaz beating Suya in a very, very insane matchup that was 3-2. But right now, they have earned their slot in the lower bracket finals. Whoever wins this one secures themselves a slot in the grand finals. And I mean, dude, this is starting to seem like a repeat of what we saw last month. Kaz was knocked down into the lower brackets by Icy Dopping in the same fashion. I think it was a 2-0 as well. And then they managed to claw their way all the way back up into the grand finals, where they somehow suddenly took the decisive win over Icy Dopping and crowned themselves the grand champions of that month's final. Is the same thing going to happen this time? I'm not sure. But of course, their opponents this time are going to be Hive Resonance, and that could be a little bit different. I mean, just looking at the brackets right now, Hive Resonance, they won over Suya 2-0. Meanwhile, Kaz, they struggled quite a bit. It was 3-2 in their games against Suya. So I don't know, man. Any thoughts on this, Phil?
It's hard to say. Typically, the team that goes through the lower bracket does have a bit more of an advantage in the modern day, because in the olden days, if the advantage that you got for coming through the upper bracket was you'd get a 1-game advantage. But in recent times, they've basically scrapped that structure, which means the only advantage that you get for staying in the upper bracket is that you play less games in the day, which technically is supposed to mean that you are less fatigued and less tired. But the downside of it is that you're not warmed up for your matches once you head into that grand final. So I would say advantage probably definitely in favor of Kaz. But the question is like whether they can finish this match off pretty quickly and save that energy for the grand final if they do. But Resonance are a pretty strong team, so you can't count your chickens before they hatch.
Oh yes, you can't count your chickens before they hatch. What a phrase to use, and it adequately describes what is happening right now, because both teams really strong, but we just have to wait and see what happens, right? I mean, you never know what could happen, and especially in a game mode like Brawl Ball, and this map is Backyard Bowl after all. So right here we have an interesting brawler composition in the form of a Pam as well as an 8-bit, but Aaron doesn't even care. He's just gonna 1v2 them along with his super, but Chewy comes back, takes him out, and all of a sudden the ball has been pushed over onto their side. They need to be a little bit more careful. Jay over on Piper. His cannons aren't doing too much at the moment, but it looks like Sears and Tire King are going to get a nice, clear, open shot as No Pink is on the right side. And that just gives Kaz the first goal that they need. Right now, the timer is still ticking, and it's all up to Hive Resonance to reply to this one.
Yeah, and Aaron doing really well on Colette. Was able to pick up that double there, but just they weren't able to get in position to go and maneuver themselves onto the field to get a goal. And now once again you see Aaron with that Colette able to pick up a double now. I mean, they're getting the kills, but it just seems like strategic-wise, right? They just don't have decision-making prowess rather to execute a strategy, and it just seems like they're just trying to delay. Maybe the strategy is just try and get as many kills as possible, farm their supers, and then when overtime kicks in, then have an easier time in playing. But that's going to be it. Timer ticks away. Kaz will win by goal advantage, and they'll take that first round on Brawl Ball in this best of 5 series.
That just happens just like that. I mean, if only Hive Resonance were able to possibly score themselves 1 goal, then we might have seen an overtime. But unfortunately, they were unable to. Sorry. And I think it's partly due to the brawler composition, right? I mean, when you have I mean, not to sound biased, when you have a Pam and you have that high health pool, you're just able to. It's a commanding presence, right? You're just able to soak up damage. You have your healing turret, and of course, Tired was it Tired King? He was there as well on 8-bit, and that's just extra damage that you know enabled Kaz to push up so convincingly without any fear of what could happen. And at the same time, in a game mode like Brawl Ball, if you bring a Piper into play, it's a little bit tough. I mean, you might be able to parasol away, you might be able to fly away and blow up obstacles, but when someone is at point blank range, you don't have your maximum damage capabilities, so it just doesn't work out so well. But regardless of that, No Pink is going to stay on Piper, and let's see if he's going to be able to connect his shots. I mean, Backyard Bowl is pretty open map. I mean, looking at the center, he does have that range there, but if Kaz are able to push up really close towards him, he's going to be nullified really easily. But of course, Jay is going to be there to support him, but eating a very, very big super from Tired King, and now he's really down low. He's hiding all the way at the back. Has his super though, so he's waiting for that one moment where he can jump in. He sees it, he's going for it, he wants to take Sirius down. He does. In fact, it's a 1v2, takes Chewy down. Tired King trades it up, but now he's alone. Eats a bullet from No Pink. Ooh. And now Sirius is back in play, but still fairly even right now. They need to be able to control and seize up space, but it's a little bit tough. The Colette players are looking for the nice shots as well, but No Pink is just able to scare them just through the bullets alone. I mean, they're afraid of standing out in the open right now, but it looks like they're trying to find an open shot there. Chewy is unable to connect those briefcases though, and it just looks like Tired King has found a nice little hole over on the right side. He does take two people down. The ball is open. No Pink is there to defend, and Aaron has respawned. The ball is parked right into the right side corner of Hive Residence's space right now.
Yeah, they're just trying to claw their way through, but Residents, they're holding on. They're just like holding on for dear life, right? And I think they might be able to get a shot off. Aaron's trying to get the angle. Chewy though. Okay, if you just missed what happened, Aaron forced with his, I think with his super, went in for the dodge, and he pushed Chewy all the way back into his spawn. When he returned, there was enough distance between him and the goal line, and Chewy and the goal line, to be able to get that ball in straight away. So excellent positioning from Jay right there. And they will sneak the round win. So it's going to be 1-1 on the scoreboard. And we'll go to a tiebreak round on Brawl Ball in this first map of the best of 5.
What a play from Aaron, and that is the power of Colette. I mean, the dash, not only does it do damage, not only is it fast and quick, and it takes up so much space, it also pushes people back. And I've never seen this before, but I'm glad that I did, because now I know Colette can actually push people out of the goalpost and allow your teammates to shoot a goal in. That was incredible, and this is why Hive Residents are Hive Residents after all. This is why they are in the lower bracket finals, but of course, Kaz, they've been playing throughout the entire day. They're kind of maybe even more warmed up, so tied up 1-1 right now. Let's see who is going to be able to take away the next round and give themselves that one score up against the other team in this lower bracket finals. Keep in mind, it is a best of 5 after all, so even if they lose here, not too bad, but you want as many points as you can get. So let's wait and see how this one plays out. I mean, so far, No Pink on Piper has been doing a very good job, but Aaron with that MVP playback there is just it's just incredible.
Yeah, and I think Kaz aren't going to be too happy about that. But at the same time, Rezo, if this is the showing that they're going to give for the rest of the game, it's a bit worrying, because it's as if they're leaving it up to chance. And like when you go up against a team like Team Kaz, they're very consistent, right? Across the board, they're very consistent. Strategy-wise, they do really well. Their lineups are pretty much solid all around, so their choices are really good as well. And if you leave it up to chance, the chance is that you will rue that choice. So we're back into the game now, and once again, Residents just trying to fight for position. You know, at the beginning of each round here on Brawl Ball, it's all about vying for the more advantageous position, and arguably right now, Residents is in that place.
Oh, well, it's a nice jump from Jay, but it is an even trade-off. But that is not really the play. It wasn't really about the kill. It was all about No Pink coming in with that super ability. So it blows it wide open now. They don't have those boxes lined up to block the goalpost anymore. And this gives Hive Resonance a clear line of sight into Kaz's goal. But still, possession is on the side of no one, actually. It's on the left side of the map. Chewy does pick it up, but they want to do damage. They need to come in with the eliminations on Kaz's side to be able to give them the space that they need to push in towards Hive Resonance's space. But looks like they're having a little bit of a tough time doing so right now. And Aaron just dodging back and forth, does get taken up by Chewy. And now No Pink falls. It's one member left, Jay, hiding in the bush. They know where he is. They have the space. He jumps over, though, does go in for the kill, but ooh, Chewy takes him out instead. He is really low, though. Aaron passes it into safety. No Pink still trying to stay alive, trying to, oh, he gets taken out, trying to defend the ball, but it's so difficult to do so right now. No, oh my, Sirius has done the exact same thing back towards Hive Resonance, and they have to be very careful here. If they die, if they lose possession of the ball, that's gonna be game over. Sirius, oh, he's dead. I think they've got the goal. They want to walk it in, and Sirius gets it. Kaz with a 1-0 right now.
They're doing their darndest right here. Turret King already with the damage reducer on the middle side, so that's going to allow him to just shoot his darndest and rotate between that right flank and the left flank. Jay goes in for the jump, takes a lot of damage. Turret King is going to go all the way back, but a long-range shot. The ball slowly rolls into the goal, and Kaz pick up the win on Brawl Ball 2-1. And we'll head into Siege on the... What are we playing Siege on? Let me see. Siege on Junk Pot. But what a shot from Sirius, knowing that's exactly what his range was, what the limits of his shot was, and just perfectly taking on the aggression, pulling in two defenders. It is beautiful. It's like watching Messi or Ronaldo, right? They drag in the defenders and set the shot up, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, dude. I mean, like you said, it really reminds me. I mean, it's Brawl Ball in this game mode. It's kind of an oversight from Hive Resonance's side, I think. But what a pass! It's that pass over, and then you get the header into the goalpost, and he's able to connect it so well. So that was only Brawl Ball, though, right? It's still best of 5. The score is 1-0. But let's see what happens over in Junk Park. Again, it's Siege. And I'm just going to have to wait and see however these teams play it out. So far, we have seen a bit of Edgar, but over on Junk Park, you might be a little bit more different. It might even go with a Jack, in fact, because of the obstacles. But I don't really know whether these teams are going to employ that strategy. It looks like No Pink will, in fact, but it definitely is all about the versatility that Sprout provides because of the shield, because of the wall, and also just the mobility that the rest of his teammates have. They need to collect these bolts. It's another Tire King versus Jay. Sprout v Sprout deathmatch, but it looks like Jay's going to disengage and stay alive just for a bit right now. Hive Resonance, though, they have come in with the bolts in time, and they will be summoning a level 2 Siege Bot that pushes onto Kaz's base. Let's see if Kaz can defend. Oh, it's walking right through. Nice wall just in time, but still, I think there's a little gap. It's able to push through, in fact. It does sustain quite a bit of damage, but down to 1%, and it's gone, and it's 174. bit painful for Kaz, if I do say so myself. Hive Resonance, they have control of the map right now, and Aaron, oh, what an upgrade. He narrowly dodged that C-bomb, still alive at 140 points of health, and look at Tired King, he's having a tough time. Oh, another dodge, what? Aaron! Are you kidding me? He's going after Chewy right now, still very much alive. How is this guy alive? What? And then just like that, his teammates are able to take out those bolts as well. Level 16 spot comes into play. A masterful, masterful performance from Aaron.
Aaron, he's fully upgraded as well, so all of his shots do a massive amount of damage. It's so painful, and that speed bot I think is going to make quick work of the of that turret. 7 health. I'm pretty sure Aaron is just going to go for the jump in and get some shots off, and indeed that is the case. Jay also with the Sprout Bomb will get the hits on, and just like that, Resonance off to a good start here on the second game mode.
Very good. Oh my god. And just like you said it, you know, he saw an opening, he went in, got one shot in, and that is it. Still, it's not over yet. They still stand a chance of coming back, but I can't keep replaying that in my mind. I mean, I am, because the way he was able to jump up using the upgrade time and time after again, that is, first of all, that is not easy to do. I mean, I just unlocked Surge, and I've been trying to pull off plays like that, but I can't do it because you have to time it in such a way that even before you see the bomb coming in, then you press it. But he did it not once, he did it twice. And he got the kills, in fact. So, just incredible. If I were Aaron, I'm not going to swap on over to another brawler. But we'll have to wait and see what kind of counter picks either team will have this time. Still, it's 1-0 in the overall game modes. But over on Junk Park, 1-0 as well. They need to fight back, right? But, oh, man, that was... Yeah, I'm still reeling from that one. What the heck? Oh, wow.
Well, let's give some shout outs over to some of the guys in the comments. We do have Greek Ball, Ianang is in there, Shun as well, Zukang, Doff Gaming, Aaron as well, and I think that's it. So thanks for joining in, guys, and supporting the stream and also taking part in the tournament. So we're back into the game now with Hive Resonance leading on Siege 1-0. The next Siege is in 10 seconds right now. Aaron once again just okay, so he gets taken out by Chewy finally, but you know, he's just staying alive at you know, whenever the shots come in. Chewy almost going down, but he's able to eat a bush and heal up. But Jay in pursuit is gonna go all the way in. Just off that bear on that left side, and Kaz already, you know, they were able to stretch him out. Aaron and Jay working together very well. But like I was saying, Kaz just able to stretch out. Something wrong with the header, but Kaz able to stretch out Rezo and finally get some bolts. But Rezo have reminded themselves and reflected on it and are recognizing that you know, they do need to pick up some bolts. So they do that. It's 9 bolts. Should be 9 bolts to 8 at the moment. 10 bolts to 8. There we go. And here we go with the second siege bot. It's going to start making its way down that middle. King taking a lot of damage. He's going to try and body block, but he's going to get taken out. And the siege bot keeps on rolling. 82 health on it. Going down to 70. Rank up from Aaron. So Aaron's shots are going to be very painful as well. Chewy almost going down, but has that photosynthesis. Siege bot's going to get a good about 45% damage onto Team Kaz's safe or turret rather, and now at the moment they're up by 8 bolts to 3. So they need to be careful about this. Rezo is trying to pick up as many bolts as possible, but I don't think they're going to be able to get this last siege unless they can secure and kill Chewy. Chewy has 2 bolts that he's going to deposit, and I think that's going to be it in terms of bolts. So it's going to be 10 bolts to 8. They'll get that last siege at level 10. And the question now is, can they get rid of this bot? They don't have the sprout wall off. Aaron is the only one with his ult, so maybe what he's going to do is perhaps he's going to go for the jump in, teleport, and try and wipe Team Kaz, and hopefully the remainder of his team go for the body block. Aaron gets a shot on the King, ranks up, gets onto Tui as well, but the Siege Bot doing so much damage. It's down to 14% health, 65, 55%. Here comes the ult from Noping just in time, and Rezo able to steal that right towards the end. And so they will take Siege 2-1, and that brings us to 1-1 on the scoreboard in this best of 5 lower bracket final. Aaron, the MVP undoubtedly for that series.
Definitely the MVP, but also credit to No Pink. I mean, towards the end, he used his super to just kind of pull the bot off of the base just for that 1 second. I mean, if it continued doing damage, who knows? We might have seen a 55-55 or something. That was incredible, and I'm just realizing why Aaron's play was so captivating. It reminds me of Evo Moment 37. I'm not sure if you know this, Phil. It's the one where Daigo Umehara is playing against Justin Wong.
Yeah, the parry.
And he got with a full parry, and that's exactly what Aaron is doing. Every single shot, even if it's a tired king trying to do the hammer slam using Frank, he is able to dodge that as well. What the heck? So that's the end of that. Siege has been handed over onto Hive Resonance, but we have the next game mode. And you know what it is, Phil. It's our favorite. It's Gem Grab. It's Minecart Madness. And we're going to have to
it. I thought that we didn't have it for the tournament, but I guess I read wrongly. So we do have Minecart Madness here. And this is going to set up whether you have momentum heading into Bounty. Remember, it is 1-1 at the moment. Resonance very lucky to squeeze the wins the way they did, but again, all these teams at this level, at this stage of the competition, have very talented players, and all it takes is one of the players to say, hey, you know what, we need to wake up, guys, we need to get back into the game, and pull off a very much a David Beckham versus Greece moment game like it was in the Euros back then. So let's see what they can do. Resonance now fighting for position against Tired King. They have a Colette, a Piper, and a Mr. P. And let's see whether that's gonna work out for them. Sirius already will get that early kill onto Aaron. Have to be careful of their minecart, and so they are on the back foot at the moment. Our Team Kaz and Resonance now. They will go in for the dive. Does a bit of damage onto that Piper, but the most important thing is they'll get that gem lead, and that 3-2. This is going to be their chance now. They know Threaded Tired King is on that left flank, and they're going to pick up 2 more gems. So hopefully they can get 5-3. Yeah, they do. The jump comes in onto Aaron. The Parasol comes in. The mines below will be able to take out Tired King, and so they will hold on to their lead as the minecart comes through and isolates Team Kaz.
My word, Aaron is like Neo in the Matrix right now, dodging everything and in fact getting killed while he's at it. Of course, though, the minecart is working against them, but this time it's going to be going towards Kaz's spawn. But okay, the dodge comes in. Aaron gets taken out, but Jay makes it a trade. Still, No Pink trying to do what he can as Mr. P. Kaz has pocketed 10 gems, possibly 11 in fact, but it's all up to Kaz's Piper player, and I think that's serious that they need to take out. And look at him. The way he's just holding it off, even going offensively as the last second comes in. And just like that, Kaz takes away the first round. A very well-played performance by Sirius. I mean, we might be, enamored or captivated by Aaron's plays, but Sirius has been very consistent throughout the entire day as well. I mean, just able to connect those Piper shots time and time after again, collecting the gems when people weren't noticing. This is Minecart Madness. And, I have to say it, Resonance, they were just pushed back towards their spawn for like 70-80% of the game. What you want to have happen here?
They just need to make use of the minecart more, I think. You could see that they both weren't really sure about how to manipulate their opponents using it, and I mean, that's the main thing, and the main feature for you on Minecart Madness is using the minecart to your advantage, knowing when to push up, knowing when to use it to squeeze your enemy out, knowing when to use that when it's a blocking mechanism to go and take control of the mine area, to take control of the gems, when to push in, when to hold out. So on Minecart Madness, if you have not been practicing it and you haven't taken into account how that variable of that minecart adds or takes away, subtracts from your strategy in the map itself, then it's very hard days for you versus a team that is probably more cognizant of how to utilize all these factors on Minecart Madness.
Exactly, and that is why it's our favorite map. You know, the social media team asked us about this, and that was our answer. It's, how did you describe it? It was kind of that litmus test, right? There is strategy involved. It seems kind of random at times, but you always know it's one towards your opponents, one towards you, and that's kind of how the minecart goes. You have to be wary of it, but at the same time, you can push along with it. So this time they're employing a different strategy. We have the Pam in play. Aaron has decided to go with a support role this time, but unfortunately for him, he gets taken out by Tired King. That could be a big problem. Sirius still very deadly as Piper, but he's trying to take Jay down. Oh, Jay almost stepped into the minecart there. Does manage to take Sirius out, and that's a very, very nice jab that he managed to get. And this gives Hive Resonance 5 gems. 5 very, very crucial gems that they need. But oh, Tired King, he saw the moment, he went for it. He gets a double kill, and it's a complete team wipe for Hive Resonance. Hive Resonance are gone, and Kaz have picked up 7 gems now. And Sirius, he's going to blow up the obstacles and fly away into safety. Hive Resonance not in a good spot at all right now.
1-8 on the gem count scoreboard in favor of Kaz, and I think they're going to walk away from this if they're not careful. But the jump comes through, takes out the obstacles. They're going to lose 2 gems as Ty King gets that jump in. We'll pick up Aaron as well. So Team Kaz is going to run away. So the parasols get popped in. Minecart is going to come through, so that's going to delay them by about 5 seconds. They've got 9 seconds to go for the chase. Once again, Minecart stopping them also. Jay comes in for the jump, is able to stop and take them all out, and that will be the recovery though. Pam is there in the form of, who is that? In the form of Chewy, as the heating modulator, down 12 gems to 3, and Residents are going to have to go in for another jump. Tide King is just going to delay them, trying to hold them back. Another jump coming in from Jay, conversely, but he's unable to get the kill, only able to drop Sirius, who has no gems at all, and Team Kaz will pick up the 3rd game mode and bring it to 2-1 in this lower bracket final. We're going to hit the bounty, and that's going to be on Shooting Star.
That's right, Shooting Star. But wow, Minecart Madness. It's the way that they played it. As soon as I think it was Tired King, the Edgar player, jumped in and got that 1v2 elimination, and the rest of the team came in to wipe out the entire Resonance roster, Resonance lost all forward momentum. And even though Jay did what he could to jump in towards the end, he did get them to drop their gems, but once you lose that forward momentum, you're pushed into your opponent's spawn. That is where they spawn, and they have spawn protection. So you're unable to recover from that, and as a result, they lost. We're moving on into Bounty on Shooting Star. It's an open game mode. It's an open field. It's TDM, and I believe this is where Sirius will shine, because he's been consistently playing Piper, and he's been consistently nailing his shots here. And this could be his time to shine. I mean, we saw Aaron really, really strong earlier on. He could go with Surge again, but as long as Sirius is able to kite and maintain the distance and connect his shots, this could be a very, very rough day in the office for Hive Resonance here. And the score is 2-1, so Hive Resonance, if they lose here, that's it. That's their neck.
Don't count them out just yet. It's not a foregone conclusion. And Shooting Star, very open map, remember. What have we seen in the past? We've seen kind of same thing like Snake Prairie. We've seen like the whole Bo Nani strategy. Bo Nani strategy. We've seen Pipers as well. Don't ever think we've seen Pam on this. Yeah, I mean, I think the one good thing about Brawl Stars, right, is there are set metas, but you can actually think outside the box pretty easily and come up with innovative strategies if you want to.
Yes, sir. Yes, you can indeed. But of course, Piper is a very strong pick, so it's going to be Jay versus Sirius here. But at the same time, No Pink going for the Mr. P strategy of getting the fours to be summoned. But Aaron and Chewy are going to be trying to duke it out as well with the sharpshooting Nani players. But they don't quite have the support of Bull with the totem pole at the same time because of how open it is. I think the totem pole can be taken out rather easily. So these guys are trying to be careful. You got the throwers going up against each other as well. But Kaz is the one with the first initial star, so they are pretty comfortable right now. I mean, they're trying to build their supers up, they're trying to connect their shots, they're trying to poke at Hive Resonance a bit, but they are the ones with the 1 star. Hive Resonance, they need to get a single frag in. If not, we might be looking at a 1-0. I mean, it's still too early to say, and it looks like Jay just wants to open up the obstacles, and all of a sudden Kaz cannot hide anymore. Oh, that's so close. No Pink almost got the kill. But unfortunately, Tiger King is still very much alive, has his shield there to support himself as well. And look at that. Serious nice shot onto Aaron. Chewy, who has his super, went all the way back just to use his peek from a safe distance and able to connect as well. So now Kaz sitting on 5 against 3. If they can stay alive, nice body block by Sirius using his spawn protection. Chewy comes in with 1 kill, and the score at the end is 7-3. They take away the first round.
Yeah, and you could see like we did see Nanis, right? We saw Nanis, we saw Pipers. So some of the kind of usual strategies we've seen, but also it's not as easy as it seems, right? At the end of the day, bounty is one of those things where you need to step up as an individual. You don't have the blanket of the distraction of the obstacles or being to be like more objective based. It's really, you have to be on your toes. You need to work together with your team very well. You need to be very communicative, clear comms. But you as a person, you cannot let your team down in bounty. If you don't pick up the slack, if you don't put in the work, then it's pretty easy for your opponent to basically whitewash you in the game.
That's right, and that's the exact thing about bounty. It's all about the kills, and that is why these players, a lot of times, they're just trying to play it safe. Of course, though, when it came down to the wire, Sirius stepped up. I mean, look at how consistent he is with his shots. We saw it over on Gem Grab, and we're seeing it again on Shooting Star. It is a shooting star after all. It's shooting range, and he's just able to do so. Let's see now if Hive Resonance can answer back to these plays from Sirius right now. It looks like Jay has swapped roles with No Pink, in fact. So No Pink is going to be the one sniping this time, but ooh, misses the shot on Tired King, who just narrowly avoids it by going towards the left side. The wall does go up though from Jay, and this just locks out the center of the map, but it looks like it's actually a Nani v Piper game right now as they swapped sides. Looks like Tired King is down really low as well, so he's going all the way to the back, using his shield to give himself some kind of health regen, but this allows Hive Resonance to push up, and because of all that space, they manage to tag team and take Sirius down, but at the same time, they overexpose themselves. Tired King is able to connect 1 seed bomb, take down 1 player, and all of a sudden they're back at a fairly even 2 and 3 stars on the scoreboard. They need to make a play right now, Hive Resonance, because they're still down by 1 star. And the way that they're playing, I don't know. I'm feeling a sense of fear in their plays. Yeah,
they are pretty scared at the moment, but Team Kaz, remember, they are They're only 1 star ahead, so they aren't out of the woods just yet. Resonance, I think what they're trying to do is just waiting for the supers to come in. Here comes Seeker Eye from that left flank. They finally see it, and it's tracking, and he's gonna have to come around. Chili might get taken out. He does. All right, as he does that, here comes the counter Seeker Eye. So they do the trade, and it's 5-5. Bang! Long range snipe from No Ping, able to take out Tired King. And now, like I said, just as I said that, 15-second countdown, and Team Kaz are behind. Now they have to go for the chase. And remember, the lineup that they have is not optimized to do this. The lineup that they have is optimized to go for the long-range kills and to support Chewy with his Seeker Eye. But they're all the way in the corner. If they had a couple more seconds, I think they could have taken up a team wipe. But that's it for that round. So 1-1. The snipe from No Ping is basically saved them there. And we will head into a tie break here on Bounty. We are on, of course, match point. It is the lower bracket final between Kaz and Hive Rezo. Kaz is up 2-1 on the game mode score. And so I think Resonance are really now starting to feel the heat. And you can see that's putting a bit more urgency in the way that they play.
Yeah, and that urgency might be what they need, because if not for No Pink, that one shot just made all the difference. And it's just very, very well timed, very accurate. Let's see if he can do it again. If High Resonance loses this, if they don't steal this game mode away from Kaz, and then they are out of this tournament. But if they do, they're going to push us into Kaboom Canyon on Heights. So let's see and hope if they can do so. High Resonance fans, you got to show your support right now, because they need it more than ever. They do have the initial blue star though, so they can sit rather comfortably at the back, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. Aaron versus Chewy though, we saw what they did earlier with the Peep Seeker Eye missiles, and they both took each other out. It was an even trade, so sort of. But right now, it's also seemingly Jay versus Tired King. This a sprout wall up to kind of block Sirius off and allows No Pink to break open the obstacles. Now he has nowhere to hide, but still fairly even. It's gonna be No Pink who gets the first snipe though, so High Resonance up by 3 stars now. A counter wall, in fact, goes in play, but Aaron takes Chewy out. It's 5-0. Jay still pushing up somehow, trying to build up the supers. Aaron goes in with a teleport. Wait, what? And now it's an even trade. 7-4 is the score. Someone died somewhere. It was Aaron, I think. Still, I don't quite know what's happening. Tired King, he's going for it. He gets 1 kill. 7-7. Both teams very, very even, and it looks like High Resonance doesn't really have a place to hide anymore because of the obstacles getting blown up by both Pipers as well as the Nanis, because those Peep Seeker Eye missiles will blow up. Jay and Tired King, they are the only ones that can provide some form of utility, but Tired King is the one with a wall up right now. Jay does have his shield and a wall ready if he decides to deploy it as well. 7-7. Kaz is going in for the kill. Sirius is looking for the shot. The wall goes up in time, blocks the shot in fact, but it looks like Jay and Aaron are going in anyway. Sirius gets 1 snipe on the No Pink, and it's a tie! What? 9-9.
So it is tied 2-2, and we will go to a tie-break round here on Bounty. I think technically if they keep tying it, they have to keep going to a tie-break round, right? Over and over and over again until someone wins the map mode. But yeah, it is tied 2-2 on the scoreboard. Hive Resonance versus Team Kaz. If you just joined us, we are in the lower bracket final, coming towards the tail end of the tournament for this weekend for the January Cup finals. And thanks for tuning in. You know, what are these guys fighting for at the end of the day? I mean, apart from the pride and the prestige of being the best Brawl Stars team in Singapore for that month, if I'm correct, they are also vying for some for a prize pool, right?
Yes, they are, and that is the first place prize, $700. Second place is half of that, so $350. And third place, which is what we're kind of trying to decide right now, is a total price of $250, and then subsequently it's just a subtraction of $50. So fourth place 200, fifth, sixth 150, and so on and so forth. And that is kind of how it goes. Of course, this is what everyone is fighting for. If you just joined us, this is the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble. The way it works, there's a monthly qualifier. You can join, you can participate, you can look for teams, in fact, in the ESL Asia Brawl Stars Discord. And I mean, the pros are there as well, the players themselves, Aaron and everyone else. Have a chat, look for tips, look for teams, join up, try to qualify, because even if you qualify, even if you just qualify, you pretty much secure yourself some monetary rewards. I believe it's a couple of $100, maybe even $50 in fact. So you got nothing to lose, and it's a fun game after all. But of course, the big prize, which is what you were asking for in the first place, Phil, $700. And aside from that, I mean, if Kaz are able to beat Hive Resonance and move into the grand finals, and then if they win in the grand finals, they get to say that they've won the grand finals twice in a row, and that is quite a feat in itself. So let's see if they're going to be able to do so. But so far, 9-9, that was a hairy matchup, but looks like we're just going to push on into Kaboom Canyon on Heist, in fact. So the score right now is still 2-1 in the overall game mode, so I'm kind of confused as to what that is, but regardless, right now it's Heist. We have a mirror matchup, we have Colette's, we have Pam's, and we have Colt's. It looks like Sirius is the sharpshooter, though. He does take down his counterpart, and now they're doing damage onto Hive Resonance's base. He's taking out those grass patches, in fact, and this just means that Hive Resonance, they don't really have a place to hide anymore. No Pink has the healing turret up. He's going to give himself some sort of sustenance to the center of the map, but Tired King goes in for the steal. He takes it out. He's still continuing to spray onto his counterpart Pam, but so far it's Kaz with the damage onto Hive Resonance's base.
1-1 on scoreboard, 71% to 100% in terms of health on the on the something. We're not on bounty, right? We went to Heist?
Yeah, we went to Heist on Kaboom Canyon.
I'm a bit lost. Did we finish bounty already? Or did we just put it as a draw?
Yeah, so we kind of put it into a draw. The score is 2-2 right now. Whoever wins Kaboom Canyon on Heist is going to be the winner of this lower bracket finals. And right now, I have to say, Kaz is in the lead. I mean, 87 to 68%. Aaron does get one frag though, so that could be the changing factor that they need. But right now, the healing turrets on both Pams are just so strong. It looks like Aaron's looking for the kill. He's down to 4 points of health, trying to stay alive. No Pink and Jay are still going at it though, but they're so low. Jay has died, and now Tired King goes in with a dash, and this is Kaz in the lead. It's a complete team wipe on their side. Jay comes in with a respawn just in time, using the spawn protection to body block the Heist though, I mean the save. And still, the damage lead is over on the side of Kaz. And Hive Resonance, I think they've lost momentum here. Look at Aaron's health. I mean, he was really strong early on. He does take Sirius out, but whether or not he can do damage on the Kaz's base is the question. He's going for it, but he narrowly misses and gets taken out by Chewy. And now, 68 to 86. Kaz take away round 1.
Yeah, so apparently Hive Resonance took the previous bounty, and the one thing we missed is because they secured the initial star, the initial blue star at the beginning. So even though it's a tie, because they took that initial blue star, they win the tie break. So yeah, like you said, Kaz taking the first round on Heist. We'll head into the second round very shortly. Score is tied 2-2 on the game mode, and once again we are on match point, lower bracket final point as well. Winner of this will head into the grand finals, and they are going to go up against Icy Dopping. So the winner of that is going to be able to say that, like you said, they've won two titles in a row.
Yeah,
no, not two titles in a row.
Well,
yes, no, not 2 titles in a row, but 2 titles multiple titles. Yeah, because it was Kaz won, then Icy won. Yeah, and then it's either Kaz or Icy this this time. But that's not over just yet. Rezo could come back into the game, and they might be the ones that head into the grand finals. It is still anyone's guess at this stage in time. Couple of pot shots already onto both safes at the moment. Hive Resonance still in the lead though, just by a little bit, 93% to 87. Another jump in from Ray, Noping, and Aaron, all landing all their shots. And Kaz is safe now, down to 63%. So with 30% health lead, and that increases even more. Hive Resonance are in the lead. They've got Kaz with their backs against the wall. And I think this is going to be a pretty early closeout for this second round.
Could be. I mean, this sudden surge of aggression from Hive Resonance is proving to be very, very effective. They've taken Kaz's safe down to 43 points of health. And right now, Hive Resonance are still going on at it, but Kaz is looking for a way to answer back. They're pushing through, and this is Tired King taking out one player. They have respawn though, so now, even though they have control over the center of the map, they need to stay alive, they need to be careful, and they need to wipe Hive Resonance out. They've taken out the obstacles. Jay is down really low, but so is Tired King. Healing turret in play. Tired King goes in for the dash, takes Noping out, and that is the healing turret gone from Hive Resonance's side. This could be a team wipe. And now Sirius is going in for it. Noping still standing in its way, still taking damage, down to 1,000 points of health. It's 66 and 43%. And Kaz are looking for a way to stay in this game. Both dashes in play. Tired King takes Jay out. Oh, it looks like Hive Resonance isn't looking too good. The healing turret does come into play though, and Noping is doing his best to stay alive, but still the damage is going through. Look at Tired King. Every single time he gets his dash into play, Hive Resonance is kind of out of it. Oh, but Aaron answers back with a super of his own. Another dash, 25%, 25 to 43. And our Resonance is looking for a way to answer back. It's another dash into the play, and Aaron comes in with a shot of his own as well. Oh, it's another dash, Jay! He's got it under 14. The final score was 25 and 14. And I think
they got a double dash in right at the very end. So Hive Resonance, I told you, still not out of it just yet. And it's going to go to a final round on this tie break. They bring it all the way to the end. 2-2 on the scoreboard at the moment. We are on lower bracket final points, and this is to decide who is the second team in the grand finals. So to recap, Kaz taking Brawl Ball 2-1, Siege 2-1 to Hive Rezo, Kaz 2-0 on Gem Grab, and then 2-2 but with the tiebreak on Bounty towards Hive Resonance, and now we are on a tiebreak here on Heist.
Let's see, it is a tiebreak. Either of the teams needs to make a play right now. It's Sirius versus Aaron, Noping versus Chewy once more. Jay has respawned though. Tired King, they're looking for the dash, man. I mean, Jay, you can see once the yellow circle is up, he's looking for it. He does get the kill on the Chewy. Tired King goes in for the dash as well, but Noping actually dodges it. Oh, and this is Hive Resonance going forward, but it looks like Sirius is just going to ignore them and do damage onto their base. Jay's going to do the same thing, in fact, but his dash does just a little bit more. It's actually Sirius who does more damage, in fact, because of how much he was alive. And that is just consistent, continuous damage per second. 77 to 87 right now, and Kaz is in the lead by 10. Tired King goes in for another dash, looking for another kill. Narrowly avoids it though is Noping and Jay, and now Jay comes in with a dash of his own. It's another dash. It's dashes for days on these guys, and they're trying to take each other out because as soon as one of these guys gets a team wipe, this allows them to push into the opponent's space, and that's when they'll have their moment to do damage. But look at Sirius. He's just pushing them back and ignoring them. He's going for the pot shot strategy because he just wants to chip away at the base bit by bit. In fact, Tired King has the momentum right now, and no, things are not looking good for Hive Resonance anymore. Nopin comes back just in time, but I don't think he can do too much. Healing turret in play. Let's see if he's going to be able to stay alive just enough for his team to do damage on the Kaz's face.
34 to 87, like you said, but as you saw in the previous round, anything could happen and the tables could turn in the blink of an eye. 75%, 34% in favor of Team Kaz. Resonance now, though, in a more aggressive, more forward-seeking posture. They're trying to go for the team wipe to get the additional damage on, and 9 seconds to go. Aaron has to go all the way in now. No ping also. They need to pile on the damage. If not, that's going to be it. 34, 64, and an extra jump in. 42, 34. And Kaz will be able to sneak away with that win. So congratulations to Kaz. Commiserations to Resonance. Resonance will bow out at this stage of the competition. They put up a very close fight, but in the end, it wasn't enough. So Kaz will be your second grand finalist, and they're going to go up against none other than Icy Dopping. It is going to be a revenge match. It's going to be, again, a mirror match of what we had in last month's cup for December. And we're going to go to a slightly more extended break to give these teams a bit more time to rest because it was such an extended set. And we'll be back in about, I think, 5 to 7 minutes time. So bit of an extended break, walk around, get some blood in your legs, get a couple of snacks and drinks, and we'll be back with more Brawl Stars action.
It's time, Phil. It's time. It's the grand finals, and we are here for the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble January finals. What a day of Brawl Stars action it has been. I mean, those two matches earlier on, Suya versus Kaz versus Hive Residents, were so intense. Back-to-back action, and I can't handle it. And once again, it's like history repeating itself. Kaz getting dropped by Icy Dopping. Kaz fighting their way all the way into the grand finals, and now they will be facing off against versus Icy Dopping. Will history repeat itself? Will they beat Icy Dopping and claim the top prize? Or will Icy Dopping make a statement right now and stake a claim in that top prize, in fact, and push Kaz away? We'll have to wait and see. This is the grand finals. It's a best of 5. And the very first game mode that we're starting off with is none other than Siege on Nuts and Bolts.
So already we have started the countdown on the Siege. 18 seconds to go and 0 bolts on each side. Already ranking up. Dot Squid coming through, taking out Chewy as well together with Mochi Balls. That's good news for them. They're able to take up the middle position and start to vie and compete for those bolts. So level 2 Siege bot early on, and remember they're keeping that middle position also are Icy Dopping, so they're very mindful that, you know, they have that first Siege bot, but they also need to start saving up for the second one. If not, they're going to give away the second Siege for free. And now Team Kaz still 0 bolts, remember. They didn't pick up anything, and they're not able to take out this bolt. They're not able to take out the bot. They haven't really concentrated on it because they're getting wiped. Plus, also, they're trying to get into a position where they can recover the bolts to contest for that Siege, because they know if they don't, it's pretty much going to be a GG on the round.
Yeah, it could very well be an early GG. I mean, just look at that. Mochi Ball, aka Wiggly Screw, I think. He is super on point with these walls, and it's locking Kaz in their spawn. There isn't much that they can do. It's a level 9 Siege bot that's pushing on now, and I don't think they have much to offer in terms of defense against the Siege bot right now. They don't have a Sprout wall, they don't have a Lu. The only thing they have is possibly Sirius on M, but even then, his super's not enough. So level 9, it just pulverizes their base into dust. That was 100% on Icy Dopping's side, completely one-sided. And Kaz, you know, are they running out of steam right now? It's only the first round, but they've been playing for the entire day. And Icy Dopping, these guys, you know, they did knock them into the lower brackets. Icy Dopping are consistently in the top 3 for a reason.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it was hard, right? Because Kaz realized that if they concentrate all their firepower in taking out that level 1 Siege bot, then they wouldn't be able to contest for the bolts. But when they switched priority to go for the bolts, then IC knew that they could go and shove in a teammate on either flank and start to do damage together with the bot, right? So Kaz was stuck in this really weird position where they knew they needed to get some damage onto the bot, but then also let the turret take care of the rest of the health. But they also knew that they had to sacrifice some health on the turret anyways, so that they could contest for that second Siege one. And as you could see, they just basically got isolated and locked out of the contest zone in the middle for any of the bolts. They couldn't get any bolts, didn't secure any, and that basically spelled certain doom, because they lost the first Siege, lost about half health on their turret, and then the second Siege came in, and that was just way too much for them to handle.
It's way too much, and it's let's see if they can turn the tables around, as it were. I mean, right now it's Icy Dopping, just, you know, really strong, really kind of unbeatable, in fact. I mean, the way they knocked them down into the lower brackets was a 2-0, and I don't know if it's going to be the same thing. Of course, I mean, just watching the way Mochi Ball was playing time and time after again, putting those walls up, not to mention Dot Squid and Response on the other side. They're just kind of providing this form of pressure onto Kaz's side, and and Kaz are unsure about how to respond. I mean, just look at this. Response chasing Chewy away, and Chewy, he's kind of unable to respond to this. I mean, look at that. 2,000 points of health, and he's stuck in that corner. There isn't much that he can do. He's waiting for the wall to dissipate, but after all that time has been spent, it's a level 2 siege bot on the side of Icy Dopping, and Kaz, now they gotta play defense. Tired King has brought out the Sprout, but the wall's on the wrong side. It doesn't really block the siege bot, and this allows Icy Dopping to go in along with it. Oh my god! It's a first phase siege bot victory. That was a level 2 siege bot. They pushed along with it, and just like that, it went from 100% to 0 in the blink of an eye, and Siege is already gone. Icy Dopping has claimed Siege just like that. That was the fastest win I've ever seen in this entire community rumble.
I mean, there wasn't much they could do about it, right? They got isolated, put out of place. They got team wiped. The support, like you said, came in at the right times, at the right angles, and it's hard. It's hard when you're playing up against a force that just seems to not make mistakes, and I don't think they made a single mistake in that second round. In the first round, yeah, maybe they had a couple of loose areas, but in that second round, they just had them super locked down, executed the strategy to perfection, and followed up. So, I mean, the results speak for themselves, right? 100% V0 health loss, first siege bot, perfect execution. What more do you say about that? You probably just say, look, we've lost that. It's done and dusted. It's in the past. We have a couple more game modes to go. Shake it off, and let's get into gem grab with a clean slate.
That's right, and moving forward, it is going to be gem grab. It is going to be Crystal Arcade. Fairly open, some kind of grass patches across the map, but it's symmetrical and it's kind of open at the same time. And this is why the brawler composition is always so crucial. In the first round of Siege, they didn't really have a defensive option against a Siege bot. In the second round of Siege, they had a Sprout, but the wall was placed kind of on the wrong side, and the Siege bot just went through anyway. So here on Crystal Arcade, they really need to nail down the perfect brawler composition to counter whatever Icy Dopping has in play. Whether it's mechanical player or a brawler composition or teamwork, they need it to be able to claim a win, a victory, because otherwise it's going to be non-stop wins from Icy Dopping's side. And looking at the layout of this map, I am not entirely sure what's going to be a safe pick. I mean, it is gem grab after all, so what do you think? A Pam? I think I'm seeing Edgar's here and there, but I can't be too sure. It looks like Mr. P could be a possible consideration as well, with a pick rate of 2.8%.
Pam, you definitely need a Pam, 100%. If you don't run a Pam on this map, you're crazy. It's as simple as that. Like, you need the sustain on this. Edgar, maybe not. Like, we'll see how it goes. But 8-bit, I think Pam and 8-bit would be good choices. So no Pam at all. We do have one 8-bit. Icy Dopping opting for the Mr. P 8-bit, and I think a Colette. And then on the side of Kaz, you have a B, a Piper, and a Edgar. Sorry, it's not a Colette, it's two Edgars.
That's right, the Edgars, and it's a really nice way to counter those sharpshooting long-range brawlers whenever you have an Edgar, because they can jump in and close in the distance just like that. So even at the same time, though, you are alone, and Chewy will snuff you out, and Namiruro's Rattled Hive does so much. Response, though, on 8-bit, well, it is strong, and he can do a lot of damage. They have blown open some obstacles. He does not quite have the movement speed that he needs, but of course the damage booster will provide it. He needs to keep it up though. But now it looks like Sirius has the 7 gems, and so does the rest of his team. The countdown timer is in play. They managed to take Dot Squid down, and that is the big problem. The gems have been dropped, but Sirius picks it up just like that again. And now it's gonna be the aggressive push from Icy Dopping. They need to go into it, but it looks like the gem grab, the gem holder, Chewy, is just gonna be staying so safe in the back, even using his super to jump away. 10-0, and just like that, Kaz is back in the game.
Yeah, like you can't count them out, right? Just because they had a bad showing on that first game mode doesn't mean that they're gonna have a rough day at the office for the rest of the game modes. And they had they paused, they reflected, they consolidated themselves and renewed themselves and came into the second game mode with some vigor. So gem grab, first round going towards them. Let's see whether Icy Dopping can adapt. But it seemed like Kaz had that strategy pretty pat down. You know, we're getting the kills when they needed to do so, but they also knew that it's wise to sometimes play with a bit of restraint once you get into a mode where you're trying to close out the game.
Well, it looks like they're going with the exact same brawler composition on both sides, though. Dot Squid versus Namiruro. It looks like Dot Squid does get the first punch in, and just like that, Namiruro has been taken out of the equation. Response, pocketing 3 gems, although he does need to stay alive, and it's a little tough for him to dodge these bullets that Darius is shooting over, but he does have the support from Dot Squid. They take them out, and Shui gets taken out by Mochi Ball as well. He does have his super, and he wants to put it up in a safe spot. And now this is the Icy Dopping game because they have the momentum that they needed in the first place. Here comes the buff Porter, and it's chasing after Namiruro. I think he's dead at this point. Yes, he is. And of course, Dot Squid is just continuously jumping into them, proving to be a thorn in their sides, while Response pockets all of these gems. He just needs one more to get the countdown timer ticking. He gets it, teleports away into safety, and now it's all just a matter of staying alive. But of course, whether or not he can dodge Sirius's bullets is another question. They're going in for him. Namiro's going in as well, but the damage is just too strong, and Chewy is rendered useless as he cannot connect a shot onto Response. Look at that. He's just narrowly alive by 162 points of health, and Icy Dopping are back in the game as well. It's 1-1.
Patience, right? They were a lot more patient in that game. They didn't panic as much as the first round. And that helped them out really, really well. They took their time. I think their Edgar, I think, who was it? Was it in the form of Dot Squid?
Yeah, Edgar,
might have been Dot Squid. Yeah, Edgar. Dot Squid was playing Edgar, so he was not super aggressive, and he was keeping his special just in case they needed it defensively. And on 2 occasions they did need it offensively, and that allowed Response to pick up the last 2 gems. I think it was towards the end of that round. So we start off again once we're tied 1-1 on this game mode on Gem Grab here on Crystal Arcade. And at the moment, it seems like Icy Dopping once again picking up a double. And now they will have control of that midsection. And that's going to allow them to increase their lead slowly but surely. But, you know, they're patient and you don't have to rush things. So already they're going to be up by 6 gems to 0, and Kaz, it seems like they're just going to be stuck here on the outskirts.
Yeah, certainly stuck. And if you just look at Dot Squid, time after time again, he just jumps in and takes Chewy out in the blink of an eye, and Chewy is unable to respond to it. Look at that, he's going again once more. He takes Chewy out. He's still alive by 56 points of health. What is this? Namiruro proving to be the tank, but he's not quite with his team, and now he's isolated over by the left side. Sirius comes in with a play of his own. He wants to take Response out. 1100 points of health, but he's still very much alive. 5 seconds left, and Namiro's looking for the kill, but the teleport comes into play. Dot Squid! Oh my god! And just like that, Icy Dopping is back in the game. Still 15 seconds left, though, on the timer. Response was taken out just now, and now Sirius is looking to jump in, but he is really low, so he can't do it quite yet. Namiro's trying to apply the pressure, but they're still very much alive. They're dodging, they're staying alive. And Icy Dopping take away Gem Grab by an 11-0. What?
Yeah, I think Icy Dopping right now, they have the confidence and they have the momentum on their side. Mentally, they're in a good space. And Kaz, I don't know, maybe it's just a question of the players are they're not focused as a team either that, or it could just be fatigue, right? They've had to play more games. All their games have been a 3-2. Their game against JPod was a 2-1. When they went up against Suya, 3-2, and it was a 3-2 all the way until the end. And then Resonance, their game against Resonance as well, that was 3-2 also. So you do get tired, and that fatigue can start to take effect on you, regardless of whether you're conscious of it or not. It's just something that's going to be there, and you need to be self-aware of it. And that's where you really have to dig deep as a competitor, right? As a professional, you need to dig deep and use whatever methods that you've come up with to kind of get over that wall. You know, when you're running or when you're doing exercise, people always say that you hit the wall, right? But that wall it's not your limit. It's just that limit that is like naturally there. But mentally, like, you can actually push yourself past that stage, right? And I think Kaz are in that they're in that mindset where they now are going up against a very difficult position, and perhaps they're tired, perhaps they're mentally blocked, but they need to push past that barrier to get back into the game.
Exactly right, and you're giving very, very sound analysis and advice, in fact, right now, because it is a game, it is a mobile game, it is Brawl Stars, but at the same time, it is kind of a sport. It's esports, in fact. So you're competing. It's not as physically taxing compared to like basketball, soccer, perhaps, but you're still mentally fighting, and that's just where Kaz are. Just like you said, they need to find a way to push themselves past this wall, but at the same time, they could be on the brink of exhaustion. In fact, meanwhile, Icy Dopping, you have to consider, they haven't played a game since the initial start of the day. You know, they just secured themselves a slot just because of the upper bracket finals, and because of that, they've been resting. They've been watching, perhaps even, and now it's all up to Kaz. This is the grand final. This is the one where they need to make a stand, because if they lose in this game mode, this is it. It could be a 3-0. The score is 2-0 right now, and the next game mode is going to be GG Mortuary Heist. GG Mortuary, it's in the name. Is it going to be a GG for Icy Dopping? Or are Kaz going to defeat them and fight to live another day and push on into the next game mode? We're going to have to watch and find out. It looks like Response is sticking to 8-bit. And meanwhile, both teams have that sort of fully automatic machine gun fire in the form of 8-bit as well as Colt. Namiruro going as a B, though. It looks like he just wants to push in and do some damage, but Dot Squid in Response, they found their way into Kaz's base, and this could be problematic for Kaz right now.
Yeah, Mochi Boy just staying right behind the base to make sure that no one goes for the ninja, and they split this really well. See, they've gone for the kill, they've gotten the kill onto Namiruro, which means that they do have a man advantage, right? And that's allowing them to push in, and they already do a couple of pot shots on that safe of Kaz. So Tide King now is trying to maneuver in. He's going to try and get a couple of shots on to that safe, and he does. He's able to do so. Dot Squid will chase up, and now it's equalized 84-84. But that means they're able to take out one. They're going to take out two, so they have a 3-on-1 advantage now if they want to push forward. Sirius is staying up. He has his damage booster on, and that's the only consolation that he has at the moment. But he does well enough to force them all the way back. So now the question is Icy Dopping. How are they going to respond to this? Another damage booster. Mochi Boy with the silver bullet, unable to take out Sirius, but he does take out the damage booster. Here comes the jump, the Edgar jump from Dot Squid. Namiruro goes very low on health, but he's able to get the snipe once he lands. So once again, it's just a battle for positioning at the moment, and I think what they're trying to do is trying to farm up their supers, and once that super is up from Dot Squid, they go on the aggression. Response also wants to get his damage booster so they can add up and put some damage and get into a better position up top. But Tired King coming down on their right flank gets 2 bursts down, and that's going to bring it to 67-76% on the scoreboard.
Oh, Dot Squid. He jumped on over. He did a little bit of damage. It's down to 67 and 64. Response and Mochi Ball come back into the game, into the fray, and they've managed to take out a single member of Kaz. This allows them to gain a decisive win in this battle for space and positioning. Dot Squid still very, very much annoying as he jumps in and out every single time, and Kaz has sustained a little bit too much damage. 30% difference, in fact. This is where they need to make a difference right now, because if they die, and which they did, this could be it. Icy Dopping are taking the round in over, and that is game point for Kaz right now. His game point is 1-0. It's now or never. If they lose in the next round, Icy Doppins are going to be the victors of this entire January Cup Finals of the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble.
Yeah, like they're just waiting to get the damage booster in, and they're very patient. Like, look at the response, right? He was just staying at the back. Conversely, the rest of his teammates as well, if they died, they would stay at the back because they knew that the push was coming through. And that's one thing that I think Kaz couldn't deal with, was the fact that, hey, they thought they killed the guy, he's not going to come back, you know, he's going to try and push aggressively as well. But they were like, Icy Dopping knew that if they went on the defensive, it was going to open up a gap, and then that's how they could slowly push up that line. And if you saw what they did, is they popped the damage booster defensively all the way on their side of the fence at the back. And then as they started to farm up, they waited for the Edgar ult, they waited for the damage booster to regen again, and then slowly started to put one. They put one in the middle, then they put one to the top. And once they had that in place, that was it, because they had the Colt, they had 8-bit on the damage booster. And it was just, and they had taken out the obstacles early on as well. So just clear line of sight for them on that attack.
That's exactly right. I mean, it's patience, it's calm and collected plays, because even at times where it looks like they were at a disadvantage,
Team wipe.
Yeah, oh my god, team wipe, in fact. Dot Squared response and Mochi with a final kill. They managed to push into Kaz's base. They're doing damage. It's down to 78%. Tired King is able to take Mochi Ball down. Could we see another team wipe back? Not quite. Yes, it is, but they are respawning just in time. And Response is back into the plays. He has his damage booster and movement booster up. And now he's playing defense. Anyone who tries to push into Icy Doppin's base will have to respond, will have to answer to him. Look at that, teleporting back, just a duel against Sirius. And he does take him down, in fact. Mochi Ball goes against Namiruro, though, who does drop. And now Tired King, he's looking for the jump.
Watch this.
I think he wants to go against Response.
He goes for the jump, he teleports back, but watch this. He has his damage booster up, and now they're just waiting for Dot Squid. Mochi Ball going all the way on that right flank, but look at it. He's not putting any damage on the safe. He's just helping out his teammates, trying to help them there. And this is Response. Pops the damage booster on, and now they put the pressure on, and that's going to force whoever was at the bottom trying to get some damage on the Icy Dopping to come back.
Oh, instead of 1%, and that is it. Dot Squid and Response have managed to push up into the base and continuously apply pressure, damage after damage, punch after punch, and just like that, it's game over. Icy Doppins are your grand final champions. Your grand champions of the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble of the month of January. Commiserations to Team Kaz. They are your second place, your first runner-ups. But of course, Icy Doppins, they are the champions with a very decisive win, 3-0. And they will be walking away with a $700 prize. The rightful place, the rightful victors, the ones who somehow lost in the previous month's one. Now they've finally come back and they've won in this grudge match. Congratulations to Icy Doppin, and congratulations to Response, who is 1/3 of the previous Team Force roster. Just wow, wow, Phil.
Great match, and they stepped up, and Icy Dopping really showing us why they are a force to be reckoned with. Until we get Team Kaz put up a valiant fight, but just in the end, flawless execution from Icy Dopping. They had the strategies down pat. They were very confident, and just Team Cast couldn't deal with it. So that's going to be it for the January Cup final. We will see you in, I think, February's Cup final, if I'm not wrong, will be pushed to the first week of March, because there is going to be the official Brawl Stars professional circuit. So it's going to give you guys a bit more time to prepare. It's going to give you guys a bit more time to rest and create strategies. And also, how are you going to take down Icy Dopping later on in that game or in that tournament for the February finals. So thanks for tuning in, guys. It's been myself, Death Adder, and he's right down there. That's been Quack. We were your shoutcasters for this weekend. Hope you had a great time tuning into the stream. Take part in the community tournaments. Go and join the Discord if you don't have a team, and you'll meet some really nice mates there. Do share your knowledge around as well. If you're part of one of the top teams and you have some knowledge, share that around. As everyone gets better in the game, obviously, the matches will be more exciting, and you're going to get more support from Supercell and whatnot. So shout out to final shout outs to ESL Asia for helping organize this, and also to Supercell for their support. Shout out to the production guys, as always. Always good to be working with them, and they've done such an excellent job. You guys have no idea. So it's just myself, Death Adder, and Quack, and this is us until March, signing out.